This little green-haired kid got murdered by his own father, dragged straight to hell, spent centuries getting tortured by demons, and when he finally clawed his way back, he didn't come back as a hero. He came back as something that makes both God and the devil shit themselves. Let's go.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The boy died. It was ugly and fast and wrong, the way real death always is. Izuku Midoriya was 9 years old, quirkless, and stupid enough to believe his father loved him. Hisashi Midoriya had been the perfect dad for years. Warm smile, big hands that ruffled green hair, a laugh that filled their small apartment like sunshine. He cooked. He cleaned. He told bedtime stories about heroes and villains and the thin line between them, and Izuku never once thought to ask why his father's eyes sometimes looked like they belonged to something that had crawled out of a place where light goes to die. The night it happened, Izuku came home from school early. He'd been bullied again. Bakugo had set off an explosion near his face during PE, close enough to singe his eyebrows, and the teacher had looked the other way because that's what teachers did when the golden boy of Aldera Junior High decided to remind the kid of his place. Izuku's ears were still ringing. His uniform smelled like nitroglycerin and burnt cotton. He opened the front door. His father was standing in the living room. His mother was on her knees. There was something wrong with Hisashi's face. It was the same face, same jawline, same dark hair, same broad shoulders, but the mask was off. Whatever warmth had lived behind those eyes was gone, replaced by something ancient, something that looked at human beings the way a butcher looks at cattle. "You're early," Hisashi said. His voice was different too, deeper, like the bottom of an ocean trench. Inko was crying. Her lip was split. There was a bruise forming on her cheekbone that hadn't been there when Izuku left for school that morning. "Dad," Izuku said. "What?" Hisashi moved. At 1 second, he was across the room. The next, his hand was wrapped around Izuku's throat, and the boy's feet were dangling 6 inches off the floor. Hisashi's fingers were impossibly strong, like steel cables wrapped in skin. "I've kept this up longer than I should have," Hisashi said, and his face rippled, the skin shifting, the features rearranging, until Izuku was staring at a face he'd only ever seen in classified hero files and whispered legends. A face covered in scar tissue, a face with eyes that glowed like dying stars. 9 years playing house, years pretending to be something as small as a father. Because she asked me to, because she made me feel something I hadn't felt in 200 years. He looked at Inko. Something flickered in those terrible eyes, something almost like regret. "But I am all for one," he said, "and I have a world to reshape." Izuku kicked, scratched, bit. He was small and terrified, and none of it mattered. His father held him like a man holding a kitten. "You were never part of the plan," Hisashi said quietly. "You were an accident, a beautiful, useless accident." He squeezed. Izuku felt his windpipe collapse. The last thing he saw before the darkness swallowed him was his mother screaming. She was reaching for him. Her fingers were outstretched. She was close enough to touch. He couldn't reach her. He died with his hand out, grasping at nothing. Hell was exactly what the old book said it would be. Fire, pain, darkness so thick it had weight, screaming that never stopped. A wall of sound made from a billion throats that had been screaming for so long they'd forgotten what silence was. Izuku's soul hit the 8th circle like a meteor hitting water. He sank, down through layers of torment that would have broken a grown man in seconds. Down through pits where the damned were flayed and rebuilt and flayed again in loops that had been running since before humans learned to write. Down through chambers where things that had never been human fed on fear like it was bread. He screamed. Of course he screamed. This shit is hell. But here's the thing about Izuku Midoriya. The thing that Hisashi never understood. The thing that people never saw past the tears and the trembling. The boy doesn't know when to give up. He screamed. He suffered. He bled in ways that shouldn't have been possible for a soul without a body. But he did not break, and something in the deep dark noticed. Malebolgia was old. Older than the concept of old. He was the lord of the Eighth Circle, a demon so massive that his throne was carved from the compressed souls of fallen civilizations. His voice sounded like continents grinding together. His smile had too many teeth and not enough mercy. He found Izuku at the bottom of a pit, fighting. Fighting. The boy was surrounded by lesser demons, twisted, shrieking things with too many limbs and mouths in the wrong places, and he was fighting them with his bare hands. He was losing badly. His soul was torn in a dozen places, leaking light like a cracked lantern. But he was swinging. Every time they knocked him down, he stood back up. Every time they tore a piece off, he lunged at the nearest one and bit and clawed and fought with everything a kid had, which wasn't much, but it was everything. Malebolgia watched for a long time. Then he laughed. The laugh shook the foundations of the Eighth Circle. Demons scattered. The pit cracked. Izuku looked up, broken, bleeding, barely conscious, and saw a face the size of a building grinning down at him. "You," Malebolgia rumbled. "You're the one who died reaching." "I'll reach further," Izuku said through a mouth that was missing teeth. "Send me back. Let me protect her." "Oh, child." Malebolgia's grin widened. "I can do so much more than that." The deal was simple. Izuku's soul, permanently, irrevocably, down to the last atom of spiritual energy, in exchange for resurrection power and one chance to return to the mortal plane. One mission: protect his mother. After that, his soul belonged to the Eighth Circle for eternity. Izuku said yes before Malebolgia finished the sentence. 5 years passed on Earth. In Hell, time moved differently. Centuries. Maybe longer. Izuku stopped counting after the first 100 years because counting made you crazy and he couldn't afford crazy. He needed sharp. He needed hard. He needed to become something that Hell itself was afraid of. Malebolgia kept his word. He gave Izuku power. Poured necroplasm into his soul like molten metal into a mold. Reshaped him. Rebuilt him. Burned away the soft, crying boy who died reaching for his mother and replaced him, piece by agonizing piece, with something new. The necroplasm bonded with what was left of his humanity and created a hybrid that shouldn't have existed. A living weapon fueled by death itself. His body became burnt tissue over a skeleton of compressed dark energy. His skin turned black and charred, shot through with veins of green that pulsed like circuitry. A suit grew over him. Not clothing, not armor. A living symbiotic organism made of necroplasmic matter. It moved when he moved. It thought when he thought. It was angry all the time, and it loved violence the way fire loved oxygen. The suit gave him a red cape that billowed even when there was no wind, because the cape didn't care about wind. The cape cared about drama and murder. It could harden into blades. It could stretch across a room. It could wrap around a target and squeeze until there was nothing left to squeeze. Chains grew from the suit like thorns from a vine. Heavy, rattling, hungry chains that moved on their own and struck like snakes. They could extend dozens of meters. They could punch through steel. They could wrap around a throat and tighten until the vertebrae popped one by one like firecrackers. And the Hellfire. God, the Hellfire. Green flames that burned the soul as well as the body. Fire that could melt stone, vaporize flesh, and sear the spiritual essence right out of a living being. Fire that didn't go out until Izuku told it to. Fire that recognized its master and obeyed like a well-trained dog, if dogs could turn cities into ash. But the power came with a price beyond the deal. Malebolgia didn't just give Izuku the tools. He threw him into the war, Hell's War. The eternal grinding conflict between demons and angels that had been raging since before the first human drew breath. Izuku was dropped into the front lines like a fresh recruit. Except there was no training, no orientation, no welcome packet. Just a battlefield that stretched past the horizon, where legions of demons clashed with hosts of angels in violence so vast it rewrote the landscape with every exchange. Izuku learned to fight the way a drowning man learns to swim, by refusing to die. He fought demons. He fought angels. He fought things that didn't have names in any language humans had ever spoken. He killed creatures that had existed since the first second of creation and creatures that had been born in the last hour. He died and came back and died again and came back harder each time because that's what necroplasm did. It remembered. It adapted. Every wound taught the suit something new. Every death made the resurrection faster, stronger, angrier. By the time Izuku was done, by the time Malebolgia decided his weapon was sharp enough, he had fought in more battles than most civilizations produce in their entire history. He had killed angels by the dozen. He had torn through demon lords who had ruled their circles for millennia. He had earned a reputation that spread through both heaven and hell like a plague. The hellspawn. The green-eyed thing, the one who fights everything and asks permission from nothing. Heaven wanted him destroyed. Hell wanted him controlled. Both would be disappointed. When the day finally came, when Malebolgia opened the gate and pointed up, Izuku had to fight his way out. Through the ranks of demons who didn't want to lose their best weapon, through the hosts of angels stationed at the border between planes who had standing orders to destroy any hellspawn attempting to cross, it was a bloodbath. The kind of bloodbath that would have made the wars of the mortal world look like playground squabbles. Izuku carved a path through battalions of demons with his chains and his hellfire and his bare, burning hands. He tore through angel formations like a wolf through sheep. He broke wings, he shattered halos, he burned through holy fire and demonic corruption alike because his necroplasm didn't care about the politics of the afterlife. It only cared about forward. He reached the gate covered in the blood of both sides, breathing hard, his suit rippling and snarling around him like a living predator. And he stepped through into the mortal world for the first time in 5 years. The first breath of surface air tasted like gasoline and cherry blossoms. He almost collapsed. Finding his mother took 3 days. 3 days of moving through a world that had changed and also hadn't. 3 days of skulking across rooftops and through alley shadows because Izuku was 8 feet tall now and made of nightmares, and walking down the street was not an option. His suit helped. It could reshape itself to let him blend with darkness, to muffle the rattle of his chains, to pull his presence inward until he was just another shadow in a city full of them. Musutafu looked the same, smelled the same convenience stores on the same corners, the same hero billboards plastered across buildings, All Might's smile beaming down like a promise, the same trains running the same routes, but 5 years had passed. He found her in a small house in a quiet neighborhood on the west side of the city. Yellow curtains, a garden with sunflowers, a mailbox with the name Takahashi painted on the side in cheerful blue letters. He watched from the roof of the building across the street. The suit's eyes, his eyes, zoomed in through the kitchen window. Inko was there, older, thinner. Her hair was shorter now, cut in a practical bob that framed her face. The bruise was long gone. The split lip was healed. She was smiling. She was smiling. A man stood next to her, broad-shouldered, kind-faced, with laugh lines and a flour-dusted apron. He was cooking something. Inko was laughing at whatever he just said, swatting his arm with a dish towel, and on her hip, held close and safe in the crook of her arm, was a baby, maybe a year old. Green eyes, dark hair, chubby cheeks. The baby was grabbing at Inko's earring and giggling. Izuku watched. Something inside his chest. Something the necroplasm hadn't burned away. Something Malebolgia's centuries of torment hadn't managed to kill. Cracked. Not broke. Cracked. Like ice on a river in spring. She was happy. She was safe. She had moved on. Found someone good. Built something new. The hole that Hisashi had torn in her life and the sun-shaped hole that death had left. She had filled them. With love and time and the raw, stubborn strength that Izuku now understood he had inherited from her. From her. Never from Hisashi. He stood on that rooftop for a long time. The wind pulled at his cape. The chains hung still. The hellfire that usually burned behind his eyes dimmed to something soft. Almost warm. He smiled. Nobody could see it under the mask, but the suit felt it. The suit, the angry, violent, murder-hungry living weapon bonded to his body, felt its host's smile, and it didn't know what to do with that information. Izuku stepped back from the edge. He turned away from the window. Away from the yellow curtains and the sunflowers and the woman who had loved him first and best and always, he pointed himself toward the darkness of the city. She was safe. That was the mission. That was the deal. That was all that mattered. Everything else, The rage, the hunger, the burning need to rip Hisashi Midoriya apart, one atom at a time. That was personal. He dropped from the rooftop and disappeared into the night. The first few months were about learning the terrain. The criminal underworld of Japan was a hydra. You could see the heads, the gangs, the Yakuza remnants, the villain organizations that operated in the spaces between hero jurisdictions, but the body was hidden, and the body led to one man. One title, one shadow that sat behind every major villain operation in the country like a puppet master with 1,000 strings, all for one. Hisashi. Dad. Izuku didn't rush. Hell had taught him patience the hard way. Patience was a weapon. Patience was a chain wrapped around your enemy's throat that tightened so slowly they didn't feel it until their vision went dark. He moved through the underworld like a ghost with a grudge. He found low-level villain operations and dismantled them. Literally. He walked in, broke everything and everyone who needed breaking, took the information he needed, and walked out. He didn't grandstand. He didn't monologue. He asked questions with his fists and his chains and his hellfire, and the underworld started talking about him the way sailors talk about sea monsters, in whispers, with wide eyes after too many drinks. The Green Devil. The Chain Walker. The thing in the alleys that eats villains and leaves nothing behind. He didn't correct the names. He didn't care about names. He cared about the trail, and the trail always led deeper. The water hose heroes died on a rainy Thursday in early autumn. Their names were Hydro and Water Hose. A married couple, pro-heroes, ranked low enough that the media barely noticed them and high enough that the people in their patrol district loved them. They had a kid, Koda. 5 years old with a stubborn jaw and his mother's eyes, they responded to a disturbance in the warehouse district at 9:47 p.m. The disturbance was muscular. Muscular was a villain who had no business being as dangerous as he was. His quirk was simple, augmented muscle fibers that he could layer over his body like living armor, making him stronger, faster, and tougher with every layer. Simple, but effective. He'd killed before. Lots of befores. He was a murderer who happened to have a quirk, and the combination made him something that low-ranking heroes should never have been sent to handle alone. But that's what happened. They fought well. Hydro hit him with water pressure that should have cut steel. Water Hose tried to drown him in the alley. Muscular flexed through all of it, laughing, peeling their attacks off like rain. He killed Hydro first. Punched him through a wall hard enough that the hero didn't get back up. Then he turned on Water Hose. Water Hose fought until she couldn't. Until her arms were broken, and her quirk sputtered out, and she was on the ground in the rain, looking up at a man who was covered in her husband's blood and grinning like he just won a prize. Any last words? Muscular asked, cracking his neck. The alley went cold. The temperature dropped so fast that the rain turned to mist. The puddles frosted at the edges. Muscular's breath came out white. The shadows behind him moved. They moved. Chains rattled in the dark. Heavy, deliberate, rhythmic. Like footsteps, if footsteps were made of iron and malice. The sound bounced off the alley walls and multiplied until it sounded like 1,000 chains dragging across stone. Muscular turned around. Izuku stepped out of the shadows. He was massive. The suit had added bulk since his resurrection. Every soul he consumed, every power he absorbed, every fight he won. And now he stood 8.5 feet tall, shoulders wide enough to block the alley, his charred black body wrapped in the living suit that pulsed with green veins of necroplasm. The red cape hung from his shoulders like a waterfall of blood, shifting and writhing and very clearly alive. His eyes, 2 points of burning green fire sunk deep into the shadows of his cowl, locked onto Muscular. Muscular blinked, then he laughed. The hell are you supposed to be? Halloween was last month, buddy. He flexed, muscle fibers erupting from his arms and torso, piling on layer after layer until he looked like a grotesque anatomy model. You some kind of new hero? Looked like you came out of a Hot Topic dumpster. Izuku said nothing. He walked forward. Muscular threw the first punch. It was a good punch. Fast, heavy, backed by enough augmented muscle to flip a bus. The fist connected with Izuku's chest. Izuku didn't move. The punch landed. The shockwave cracked the concrete under their feet. Muscular's knuckles hit necroplasmic armor and stopped dead. Muscular's grin flickered. Izuku grabbed his wrist. He squeezed. The muscle fibers around Muscular's forearm popped like overripe fruit. The bones beneath them cracked. Muscular screamed, a raw animal sound that bounced off the alley walls, and swung his other fist. Izuku caught it. Squeezed again. More popping. More cracking. Muscular's augmented arms crumbled like wet clay in Izuku's grip. Knock, knock, Izuku said. He headbutted Muscular so hard the villain's skull dented. Then he pulled him forward by both broken arms and drove a knee into his ribcage. Ribs shattered like dry sticks. Muscular folded around the impact, blood spraying from his mouth, his eyes going wide and white and terrified. Izuku didn't stop. He released the arms and grabbed Muscular by the throat with one hand. Lifted him off the ground, slammed him into the alley wall hard enough to crater the brick, pulled him out, slammed him again, pulled him out, slammed him a third time, and this time the wall gave way entirely, and Muscular crashed through into the empty warehouse behind it. Izuku stepped through the hole. Muscular was trying to stand. His muscle augmentation was working overtime, fibers knitting and rebuilding, trying to repair the damage. He was tough. Built to take punishment, Izuku's chains solved that. 6 chains launched from his suit simultaneously. 2 wrapped around Muscular's legs. 2 pinned his arms to his sides. 1 coiled around his torso. The last one, the heaviest, the thickest, wrapped around his neck. Muscular thrashed. He was strong. Even broken, even bleeding, his quirk made him inhumanly powerful. The chains strained. The links groaned. They held. "You killed 2 good people tonight," Izuku said. His voice was gravel and iron, low, steady, the kind of voice that didn't need to shout because it carried enough weight on its own. A husband, a wife, they had a kid. Muscular snarled through the blood in his mouth. So what? They were weak. That's what happens to... The chain around his neck tightened. Muscular choked. "I didn't ask for commentary," Izuku said. He walked forward until he was standing directly in front of the suspended villain. Green fire flickered in his eyes. The suit rippled. The cape rose behind him like wings. "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to die. It's going to hurt. And nobody is going to save you." Muscular's eyes went wide. Real fear. The kind that strips away bravado and bluster and leaves nothing but a terrified animal. "Wait," Muscular gasped. "Wait, Izuku grabbed Muscular's head with both hands and twisted. The snap echoed through the warehouse. Muscular's body went limp in the chains, his eyes glazed. The muscle fibers deflated, shrinking back to normal human proportions, leaving behind a broken, ordinary-looking corpse. Then Izuku pulled. The soul came out like smoke, a writhing, screaming, faintly luminous thing that clung to the body the way a drowning man clings to driftwood. Izuku's hands closed around it. The necroplasm in his suit surged, hungry and eager, and the soul dissolved into him. Absorbed. Consumed. The muscle augmentation quirk flowed through his system like liquid fire. He felt it integrate, felt his already monstrous body gain another layer of power, another tool in an arsenal that was already terrifying. His frame grew. His shoulders widened. The suit adjusted, expanding, accommodating. He dropped the empty body and let it hit the warehouse floor. He turned back to the alley. Water hose was still alive. Barely. She was watching him with eyes that couldn't decide between gratitude and horror. Her broken arms were twisted at angles that made his stomach clench. Even after centuries of hell, he crouched beside her. His size made the crouch look wrong. Like a bear trying to be gentle with a field mouse. "Help is coming," he said. His voice was still the same demonic rasp, but something in the tone softened. "Just a fraction. Hold on. My husband." Izuku looked at the wall where Hydro's body lay crumpled. "I'm sorry," he said. He meant it in a way that cut through the necroplasm and the hellfire and the centuries of death and found the boy who had once cried over hero deaths on the evening news. "I wasn't fast enough." Sirens in the distance. Closing fast, Izuku stood. He pulled his cape around his shoulders. The chains retracted, coiling back into the suit like obedient serpents. He was gone before the first patrol car turned the corner. Aizawa Shoda arrived at the alley 20 minutes later. He was off duty. He shouldn't have been there. But the police scanner in his apartment, the one he kept running despite his husband's complaints, had crackled to life with words that made his blood run cold. Pro-hero down, multiple casualties, unknown entity on scene. The alley looked like a war zone. Cratered walls, shattered concrete, blood everywhere, some of it hero, some of it villain. Water hose was being loaded into an ambulance, conscious but fading, her broken arms splinted and her voice hoarse from repeating the same thing over and over. He saved me. The thing in the shadows. It saved me. Aizawa followed the trail of destruction through the hole in the wall and into the warehouse. He found Muscular's body, or what was left of it. The villain was lying in a heap, his muscle augmentation completely deflated, his neck turned at an angle that left no room for hope. Something about the body was wrong, beyond the obvious. Aizawa crouched beside it and looked closely. Muscular's eyes were open. They were completely empty. Not just dead. Empty. Like something had reached inside and scooped out whatever made him a person. Aizawa's capture weapon shifted around his neck. His quirk itched behind his eyes. He'd heard the rumors every underground hero had. The thing in the alleys. The chain-rattling shadow that left villain operations in smoking ruin and never stayed long enough to be identified. Most heroes dismissed it as urban legend. Aizawa didn't dismiss anything. He stood up. He looked around the warehouse, a chain mark in the concrete floor, scorch marks on the walls that didn't match any flame, quirk in the registry, and footprints, massive, impossibly deep footprints pressed into the warehouse floor like the thing that made them weigh 1,000 pounds. Aizawa pulled out his phone and made 2 calls, one to the police, one to a number that very few people had. All might, he said when the line connected. We need to talk. The second time Aizawa met the hellspawn, it was on his terms, 3 weeks after the water hose incident. 3 weeks of dead-end investigations, classified reports, and interagency meetings that went nowhere because nobody wanted to admit that something was operating in their city that they couldn't categorize, couldn't control, and couldn't stop. Aizawa set the trap himself. A staged villain operation in the warehouse district, convincing enough to draw attention, sloppy enough to look like easy prey. He positioned himself on the roof across the street, wrapped in shadow, his capture weapon loose and ready. He waited 4 hours. Then the temperature dropped. Aizawa felt it before he saw it. A presence at the edge of his perception, heavy and dark, like standing at the edge of a very deep hole. The shadows on the street below thickened, the streetlights flickered, Izuku appeared on the opposite rooftop. For a moment, they just stared at each other across the gap. The hellspawn, massive, terrifying, his green eyes burning in the dark. The underground hero, lean, tired, his capture weapon drifting around him like a living thing. I know what you are, Aizawa said. No, you don't, Izuku replied. You killed Muscular. He had it coming. That's not how justice works. I'm not justice. Aizawa activated his quirk. His eyes burned red, his hair rose, his erasure locked onto the hellspawn like a laser sight. Nothing happened. Izuku tilted his head. His eyes still burned green, his cape still moved, his chain still rattled. Aizawa's stomach dropped. His quirk targeted the extra joint in the pinky toe, the biological marker of quirk users. It shut down the quirk factor at the genetic level. It was reliable. It was absolute. It had never failed him. It was failing now. Because whatever powered the hellspawn, it wasn't a quirk. Izuku crossed the gap between rooftops in one stride. Aizawa launched his capture weapon, 30 meters of carbon fiber tape that could restrain a Nomu, and it wrapped around Izuku's arm. Izuku didn't slow down. He grabbed the tape with his other hand and pulled. Aizawa flew. The underground hero had been in thousands of fights. He adapted instantly, releasing the tape, tucking into a roll, coming up with his combat knife drawn. He was fast. He was skilled. He had taken down villains 3 times his size with nothing but speed and tactics and a capture weapon made of synthetic fiber. He was outmatched. Izuku moved like something that had spent centuries fighting things worse than men. Every dodge was clean. Every counter was immediate. Aizawa threw a kick. Izuku blocked it with his forearm and the impact sent shockwaves up Aizawa's leg. Aizawa slashed with the knife. The blade scraped across the living suit and left a scratch that healed before the knife finished its arc. Aizawa fought hard. He fought smart. He used the rooftop terrain, the ventilation units, the satellite dishes. He laid traps with his capture weapon and struck from angles that would have caught anyone else off guard. Izuku adapted to every tactic, in real time, like a machine learning algorithm wrapped in burning hellfire. He read Aizawa's movements, predicted his patterns, and closed off his options one by one until the underground hero was backed against an air conditioning unit with nowhere to go. A chain shot from Izuku's suit and pinned Aizawa's right arm to the unit. Another chain caught his left. The capture weapon fell slack. Aizawa hung there, suspended, breathing hard, blood from a cut above his eyebrow running into his left eye, a blade extended from Izuku's right wrist. Long, curved, made of hardened necroplasm that gleamed like wet obsidian. He pressed it to Aizawa's throat, gently, just enough for the hero to feel the edge. Silence. Just the wind and the distant hum of the city. Izuku studied Aizawa's face. The hero stared back. He didn't beg. His jaw was set and his eyes were steady. He was afraid, his heart rate was through the roof, and his pupils were dilated, but he was looking at his own death with the quiet dignity of a man who had made peace with it a long time ago. Something shifted behind Izuku's mask. A memory of him watching hero footage on a cracked phone screen, pausing and rewinding and pausing again on the underground hero who fought in the dark without fame or glory because saving people was the point. Because being seen wasn't the reward, he retracted the blade. "You're one of the good ones, Eraser," Izuku said. The rasp in his voice cracked for just a second, showing something human underneath. "Don't make me kill a good man." He released the chains. Aizawa dropped to the rooftop, catching himself on his hands and knees. By the time the hero looked up, the hellspawn was gone. Aizawa sat on that rooftop for a long time, staring at the sky, thinking about green eyes that burned like fire and a voice that carried weight it shouldn't have been able to hold. His phone buzzed. A text from Yamada asking if he was coming home for dinner. He looked at the message for a minute. Then he typed, "Late night. Save me a plate." He stood up. He looked at the city spread below him. The lights, the shadows, the thin line between the two. He had a report to write, and he already knew that every word of it would be classified within the hour. The USJ incident changed everything. The unforeseen simulation joint was a state-of-the-art training facility designed by the Space Hero 13. It was massive, a domed building the size of a sports stadium, divided into zones that simulated different disaster environments. Flood zones, fire zones, landslide zones, collapse zones. The whole building was a monument to heroism's optimistic belief that you could prepare for anything. Class 1A of UA High School arrived on a morning for their first rescue training exercise. 20 students. Bright-eyed, nervous, full of that first-year energy that hadn't yet been beaten down by reality. Aizawa led them through the front doors with the enthusiasm of a man attending his own autopsy. Everything went wrong exactly 11 minutes later. The Central Plaza's fountain sputtered. The lights flickered. A dark mist gathered at the center of the facility, swirling, expanding, forming a portal that crackled with displaced air. Kurogiri materialized first. A villain made of warp gates, a living shadow in a suit, polite and terrifying in equal measure. Behind him, Shigaraki Tomura stepped through, scratching his neck with 4 fingers, the severed hand on his face grinning its dead grin. Then, the fodder. Dozens of them. Villains recruited from the dregs of the underworld, petty criminals with useful quirks, desperate men and women who had been promised money and power and revenge. They flooded through the portal like ants from a kicked hill, and behind them all, something else. The first Nomu. It was a monster. There was no other word for it. A hulking, brain-exposed creature with a beak and dead eyes and enough bioengineered quirks crammed into its body to kill an army. Shock absorption to tank any hit. Super regeneration to heal any wound. Raw physical strength that made Muscular look like a child flexing in a mirror. Aizawa's blood went cold. He activated his quirk, his hair rising, his eyes burning red. "Stay back," he told the students. His voice was calm, the voice of a man who knew he was about to fight something he probably couldn't beat and had decided to do it anyway. 13, protect the students. Get them to the exit. He dropped into the plaza. The fodder villains swarmed him. Aizawa moved through them like water, capture weapon snapping, fists striking, boots connecting with jaws and ribs and kneecaps. He was brilliant. He was efficient. He took down 10 villains in the first 30 seconds. The students watched from the upper level. Some of them cheered. Kirishima Eijiro pumped his fist. "He's amazing." Kaminari's jaw was on the floor. Uraraka had her hands clasped, her eyes wide. Then Shigaraki pointed at Aizawa. The Nomu moved. It was fast. Impossibly fast for something that large. 1 second, it was standing behind Shigaraki. The next, it was in front of Aizawa, its massive fist descending like a wrecking ball. Aizawa blocked. The force of the impact drove him into the ground up to his knees. His arms went numb. The Nomu swung again. Aizawa dodged, barely, and the fist cratered the concrete where he'd been standing. The students stopped cheering. Aizawa fought the Nomu for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of pure, desperate survival. Dodging, weaving, trying to erase its quirks, finding that the thing had so many stacked inside it that erasing one barely mattered. It grabbed him. He broke free. It caught him again. He broke free again. On the third grab, it slammed him face first into the concrete and held him there. Aizawa's elbow shattered. His orbital bone cracked. Blood filled his left eye. "Sensei!" Asui's voice, high and frightened from somewhere above. The front doors of the USJ exploded inward. All Might stood in the wreckage of the entrance, and he was not smiling. The symbol of peace had never looked more serious. His jaw was set. His eyes were shadowed. The blue pinstripe suit he'd been wearing ripped at the seams as his muscles expanded to their full combat size. He looked at the chaos below, at his injured colleague, at the surrounded students, at the army of villains and the monster standing in the middle of it all, and his fists clenched so hard the air cracked around his knuckles. "I am here," he said. And for the first time, it sounded like a threat. He moved. All Might crossed the distance to the Nomu in less than a second. His first punch, a straight right that he threw with enough force to level a building, connected with the Nomu's face. The shockwave blew out every window in the facility. The Nomu went airborne, spinning, crashing through 3 support pillars before slamming into the far wall. The students erupted. "All Might!" Kirishima screamed. Bakugo grinned like a wolf. Even Todoroki, ice-cold half-and-half Todoroki, let out a breath he'd been holding. All Might charged after the Nomu. He rained blows, each one a Detroit smash, each one shaking the building, each one landing with enough force to shatter mountains. The Nomu took them. Shock absorption ate the kinetic energy. Regeneration healed the structural damage. All Might hit harder. The Nomu healed faster. Then Kurogiri's warp gate opened, and the Nomu dropped behind All Might. It wrapped its arms around him and squeezed. All Might roared and broke free, hurling the creature across the plaza. It bounced twice, stood up, and charged again. This fight was a stalemate, and stalemates favored the monster that didn't get tired. All Might knew it. The students knew it. Shigaraki knew it, and his cracked smile widened until it split his face. Then the second warp gate opened. It was bigger than the first, wider. The air around it smelled like formaldehyde and ozone. Something massive shifted in the darkness on the other side. The second Nomu stepped through. It was bigger than the first, darker. Its skin was charcoal black, shot through with purple veins that pulsed with a sickly luminescence. Its eyes were red. Its hands were the size of car hoods. The air around it hummed with contained violence. The reaction was immediate. Yaoyorozu Momo, one of the smartest students in the class, took one look at the second Nomu and said, very quietly, "We're going to die." Todoroki Shoto felt his left side, the fire side, the side he hated, ignite involuntarily. A reflex. His body recognized an extinction-level threat before his brain did. Bakugo Katsuki, who had never been afraid of anything in his life, who defined himself by his complete inability to feel fear, felt his palms stop sweating. Not from courage, from shock. His quirk sputtered. His nitroglycerin glands locked up. His body looked at the second Nomu and said no. Uraraka threw up. Kirishima hardened his body and stood in front of Kaminari and Jiro, his jaw set and his knees shaking. He looked like a man building a wall out of himself because there was nothing else to build it with. Aizawa, bleeding on the ground, his vision blurring, looked at the second Nomu and felt something he hadn't felt since his best friend died. Complete, total despair. Shigaraki spread his arms wide. He looked like a child who had just been given the best Christmas present in the world. "You think you've won, All Might? What are you going to do about the second one?" All Might charged. He threw everything at the second Nomu. A plus ultra Detroit smash. The kind of punch that reshaped weather patterns. The kind of punch that he had used to beat the first All for One into a crater 20 years ago. The fist connected. The second Nomu caught it. Its hand closed around All Might's fist like a vice. It tilted its head. Those red eyes stared down at the symbol of peace with something that might have been contempt if it had been capable of contempt. Then it hit him. All Might went through the USJ wall, through the reinforced concrete, through the steel framework, through the outer shell of the building. He hit the ground outside and skipped 3 times, 4 times, before crashing into a stand of trees and going inside the USJ. Dust and debris rained from the ceiling. Half the building's structural integrity was gone. Cracks spider-webbed across the dome. The students stood frozen. Todoroki fired a glacier, a massive wave of ice that engulfed the second Nomu from the waist down. The creature paused, looked down at the ice, and flexed. The glacier shattered. Todoroki went white. Bakugo launched himself forward. Pure instinct, pure rage, no plan. He put his palms together and detonated the biggest explosion he had ever produced. The fireball engulfed the Nomu's face. The heat was enough to melt steel. The Nomu blinked. It backhanded Bakugo. The boy flew 50 meters and bounced off a collapsed pillar. He didn't get up right away. Kirishima charged in his hardened form. Sato powered up with sugar. Tokoyami unleashed Dark Shadow at maximum size. Ida kicked with everything his engines had. 4 students hitting the Nomu simultaneously from 4 different angles. The Nomu shrugged them off like a dog shaking water from its fur. Kirishima's hardening cracked. Sato's enhanced punch didn't even rock the creature. Dark Shadow recoiled, shrieking, from the sheer malice radiating off the Nomu's body. Ida's kick bounced off its thigh, and the recoil sent him spinning. They hit the ground in a broken pile. Shigaraki cackled. He was scratching his neck so hard it bled. Not even All Might, not even a building full of future heroes. What chance do any of you have? The first Nomu healed and rested, stomped toward the downed students. The second Nomu turned back toward the hole in the wall where All Might had exited. It was over. Everyone knew it. The teachers knew it. The students knew it. The villains knew it. Then the shadows in the USJ erupted. Not like Kurogiri's warps. Those were clean, purple-black portals of displaced space. This was something else. This was every shadow in the building lunging toward the center of the plaza like they were alive. Like they had been sleeping and something had just woken them up with a scream. They converged. They thickened. They formed a portal the color of nothing, the color of the space between stars, the color of the inside of a coffin. A hand reached through. It was massive, charred black, veined with pulsing green light. The fingers were tipped with claws that gleamed like wet obsidian. It grabbed the second Nomu by the throat with the grip that cracked the creature's reinforced trachea on contact. Izuku stepped through the portal, 8.5 feet tall. Chains rattling like a funeral procession. Cape billowing behind him like a blood-red thundercloud. Eyes burning green in the shadows of his cowl. 2 points of hellfire that swept across the USJ and took in everything. The broken students, the bleeding teacher, the cackling villain, the monsters, the destruction. The second Nomu struggled in his grip. Its massive hands wrapped around his wrist and pulled. Its muscles strained. Its quirks fired. Strength enhancement, shock absorption, regeneration. Everything it had all at once. Izuku held it off the ground with one arm and didn't blink. He has me. His voice filled the US off every wall, every surface, every shard of broken concrete. It wasn't loud in the way All Might was loud. Booming, triumphant, full of golden confidence. It was loud in the way an earthquake is loud, in the way a collapsing building is loud. The kind of loud that you feel in your chest and your teeth and the base of your skull. Every villain in the building froze. Every student stopped breathing. "No more fucking games," he roared, and his arm snapped to the right. The second Nomu flew sideways like it had been shot from a cannon. It hit the USJ's central support pillar and went through it. Through the next one, through the one after that. 3 pillars, reduced to rubble, and the Nomu finally stopped in a crater of shattered concrete and twisted rebar, struggling to stand. "I am done with you," Izuku said, and his voice dropped from a roar to something worse, a quiet fury that carried more threat than any scream. "And I am done with your experimentations." The first Nomu charged him. Izuku tilted his head. He watched it come. 2 tons of bioengineered killing machine, moving at speeds that blurred, fist cocked back for a punch that could level a city block. It closed the distance in less than a second. Izuku caught the fist. The shockwave from the impact blew a circular pattern of cracks into the floor beneath his feet. His boots sank 3 inches into the concrete. His cape flared behind, his chains rattled. He didn't move, he didn't budge, he didn't so much as sway. Todoroki, from the rubble where he'd landed, whispered, "What is that thing?" Bakugo, bleeding from a cut on his scalp, staring with wide, disbelieving eyes, said nothing. For the first time in his life, Bakugo Katsuki said nothing. Izuku pulled the Nomu forward by its fist. He drove his knee into its midsection with enough force to fold the creature in half. Then he grabbed it by the head with both hands. Green hellfire erupted from his palms. The fire was not normal fire. It didn't just burn flesh. It burned deeper. It burned the quirks. It burned the bioengineering. It burned the soul-level modifications that all for one had grafted into the creature's being. The Nomu screamed, a sound that no human throat should have been able to produce, and thrashed and regenerated and thrashed again and regenerated slower and thrashed weaker. Izuku held on. He didn't just defeat the Nomu. He ripped it apart, layer by layer, like a fucking paper. He pulled the shock absorption out of its structure like pulling a thread from a sweater. He tore the super regeneration. He stripped it down to the base creature, the brain-dead, quirkless shell that All for One had used as raw material, and then he burned that too. Like, the power flowed into him. He felt it, the shock absorption settling into his necroplasm like a new coat of armor, the regeneration layering over his already insane healing factor and making it faster. Stronger, more aggressive. His body pulsed. His suit rippled. His eyes flared brighter. He dropped the empty husk and exhaled. "One down," he said. The second Nomu burst from the rubble. It was angry. Hurting. The support pillars had actually done some damage. Cracks in its armor-like skin lacked a dislocated shoulder that was popping back into place as it charged. It roared, a bass-heavy bellow that shook the remaining windows, and threw itself at Izuku with everything it had. Izuku met it head-on. They collided in the center of the plaza, and the shockwave blew the remaining students back 20 feet. Concrete erupted from the floor in a circular wave. The dome above them cracked, support beams groaned and bent. Izuku hit the second Nomu with a right hand that drove the creature's head into its own chest cavity. It regenerated. He hit it again. It regenerated slower. He grabbed it by the arm and swung a creature that weighed at least 5 tons, overhead like a bat, and slammed it into the ground. The plaza cratered. He did it again. The crater deepened. A third time. A fourth. On the 5th slam, the Nomu stopped regenerating. Izuku stood over it, breathing hard, not from exhaustion, but from adrenaline, from the raw joy of combat, from the centuries of war that had made fighting his default state. The Nomu twitched beneath him, broken, its quirks failing, its body giving up. He reached down. He pulled its soul out, slowly, deliberately, making sure everyone in the building could see it, this faintly glowing, writhing essence being dragged from the creature's chest like something being born in reverse. He absorbed it, more power, more quirks, more fuel for the necroplasm that made up his being. He grew, an inch, 2. His shoulders widened, his chains thickened. The hellfire in his eyes burned so bright it cast shadows in the wrong direction. Silence. Dead, ringing, absolute silence. Yaoyorozu broke it first. Did he just... He ate them, Tokoyami said quietly. Dark shadow, for the first time anyone had ever seen, was hiding behind its host. Izuku turned. The villain fodder saw those green eyes sweep toward them, and they broke. Completely. Utterly. They dropped weapons and quirks and bravado and ran for Kurogiri's warp gates with the desperate speed of prey animals who had just watched a predator eat something much bigger and stronger than them. Izuku's chains launched, a dozen at once. They moved like living things, snaking through the air, wrapping around ankles and wrists and necks, slamming bodies into the floor with bone-cracking force. His hellfire cut wide arcs through the fleeing crowd. Not killing blows, just barriers, walls of green flame that herded the villains into a terrified cluster. He moved through them like weather, like a storm front. The ones who fought back lasted seconds. The ones who ran lasted slightly longer, but only because Izuku enjoyed the chase. In 15 seconds, every fodder villain in the USJ was on the ground, unconscious, broken, wrapped in chains, none of them dead. Izuku could tell the difference between a murderer and a desperate idiot, and he didn't waste death on the latter. Then he turned to Shigaraki. The leader of the League of Villains was standing exactly where he had been for the entire fight, scratching his neck. The hand on his face, father, he called it, grinning its dead grin. His red eyes were wide behind the fingers, wide and wet and something else. Something Izuku recognized from the mirror in a life he barely remembered. Fear. Kurogiri moved to intervene. The warp villain opened a gate between Izuku and Shigaraki. A defensive wall of displaced space meant to redirect any attack. Izuku's cape shot forward. It moved faster than the warp gate could stabilize. A red lance of living necroplasm that punched through the unstable portal and wrapped around Kurogiri's metal neck brace. The brace was his physical form's anchor. Without it, he couldn't maintain his shape. The cape squeezed. The metal crumpled like aluminum foil. Kurogiri's form destabilized. His mist body flickered, sputtered, and collapsed into a shapeless cloud that drifted to the floor and went still. Unconscious, maybe worse, Shigaraki was alone. Izuku crossed the distance in 2 strides. Shigaraki reached out, his quirk, decay, activated in his fingertips, ready to disintegrate anything he touched. 5 fingers on Izuku's chest, decay activated. Izuku's suit snarled. The necroplasm didn't disintegrate. It absorbed the decay energy. It ate it. The suit's surface rippled and churned and spat the destructive force back out as a wave of green energy that knocked Shigaraki backward. Shigaraki stumbled. His eyes went wide behind father. Izuku grabbed his arms. Both of them. He looked into Shigaraki's eyes and saw a broken child wearing a dead man's hands. He saw rage and pain and abandonment and a lifetime of manipulation by a man who collected people the way other men collected stamps. For a fraction of a second, something almost like sympathy flickered behind Izuku's burning eyes. Then he remembered that this broken child had sent 2 monsters to kill a building full of teenagers. The sympathy died. He ripped Shigaraki's arms off. Cleanly, completely, at the shoulder. The sound was wet and terrible, tearing meat and snapping bone and the hollow pop of dislocating joints. Blood sprayed. The severed hands on Shigaraki's arms, the ones he always wore, scattered across the floor like dropped groceries. Shigaraki screamed. A raw, broken animal scream that tore through the USJ and bounced off every wall. He collapsed to his knees, his body going into shock, his mind unable to process the sudden, absolute absence of his arms. Izuku crouched down. He was level with Shigaraki now. Eye to eye, the green fire reflected in those wide, wet, terrified red irises. "Tell Hisashi Midoriya," Izuku said. His voice was low, quiet, the kind of quiet that carried, the kind that every person in the building heard despite the distance. "Tell him the son he threw away is back. Tell him the hellspawn is coming for his head." He stood, he looked across the devastated plaza. All Might was dragging himself back through the hole in the wall. The symbol of peace looked like he'd gone 10 rounds with a hurricane. Costume shredded, blood on his chin, steam rising from his body as his muscle form flickered and strained. He stared at Izuku with an expression that was equal parts gratitude, horror, and the dawning realization that the world had just changed in a way he wasn't prepared for. The students were scattered across the plaza like debris. Some were injured. Some were in shock. All of them were staring at the hellspawn, with the wide-eyed, slack-jawed expressions of people who had just watched a god walk through their playground and rearrange the furniture. Aizawa was on the ground, his shattered arm cradled against his chest, his good eye locked on Izuku. And in that eye, behind the pain, behind the exhaustion, behind the professional mask, there was recognition. He'd seen those green eyes before, in an alley, on a rooftop. He knew. He said nothing. Izuku looked at him, a long look, almost gentle. Then he stepped backward into the shadows, and the shadows swallowed him whole. The USJ was silent for a long time. Kaminari Denki, flat on his back with static sparking uselessly from his fingers, stared at the ceiling and said, "What the hell was that?" Nobody answered him. Nobody had an answer. The aftermath of the USJ was a wildfire. The media caught it first. Of course they did. 20 hero students, a squad of pro-heroes, and All Might himself had been attacked at a government facility. The building was half destroyed. Dozens of villains were in custody. The leader of the attack had been dismembered, and something, had walked in and handled the situation that the symbol of peace could not. The leaked footage hit the internet at 6:47 p.m. that evening. A student's phone, nobody ever confirmed whose, had been recording during the attack. shaky, terrified footage of the second Nomu swatting All Might through a wall, of the students being ragdolled, of Shigaraki's triumphant cackle echoing through the dome, and then the portal, the hand, the chains, the green fire, the voice. He has me. That clip went everywhere, every platform, every country, every language. Within 12 hours, it had more views than All Might's most famous rescue footage. Within 24 hours, it was the most watched video in the history of the internet. The reactions were immediate and extreme. The Hero Commission issued a statement calling the unknown entity a dangerous vigilante and urging the public to remain calm. The statement was ignored by literally everyone. Present Mike ran a segment on his radio show titled "Who is the Green Devil?" and spent 3 hours fielding calls from people who had seen the chain-rattling shadow in their neighborhoods. Half the calls were real, half were crazy. All of them were terrified. Hawks, the number 2 hero, the golden boy of the commission, the man with wings who flew above everyone else's problems, watched the footage 17 times in a row and then texted Endeavor a single message: "We're not ready." Endeavor didn't reply. But his office called an emergency meeting of the top 10 heroes that night. All Might sat in his true form, thin, skeletal, blood on his lips, in Recovery Girl's office and watched the footage on a muted screen. He watched himself get swatted. He watched the students fall. He watched the hellspawn tear through both Nomus like they were made of tissue paper. "Who is he?" Recovery Girl asked. All Might shook his head slowly. "I don't know, but I know what he said. He said Hisashi Midoriya. He said his father's name." Recovery Girl's face went very still. All for One had a son? Apparently. All Might looked at his thin, frail hands, and apparently the son is worse. In a bar in Camino, in a room that smelled like old alcohol and formaldehyde, a man sat in the dark and watched the same footage on a tablet screen. All for One had many faces, many names, many lives. But in this moment, alone in the dark, watching a massive green-eyed demon tear apart his carefully crafted weapons, he was just Hisashi Midoriya. Father, murderer, the man who had killed his own son because the boy was useless, and the mask of fatherhood had grown too heavy. He watched the footage again. He watched the hand emerge from the portal, watched the chains, watched the Hellfire, watched his Nomus, his masterpieces, his years of work, get dismantled like toys. He watched the hellspawn crouch over Shigaraki's bleeding, broken form and deliver a message. Tell him the son he threw away is back. Tell him the hellspawn is coming for his head. All for One set the tablet down. He sat in the dark for a very long time. Then, for the first time in over 200 years, All for One felt something cold settle in the pit of his stomach. Something he hadn't felt since the first time he'd faced the original user of One for All those generations ago. He didn't call it fear. He was too old and too proud for that. But his hand, when he reached for his drink, was shaking. The weeks after the USJ were strange. Japan didn't know what to do with the hellspawn. The hero system was built on a simple framework. Heroes caught villains, villains went to jail, the public cheered, and the cycle continued. It was clean, organized, legal. The hellspawn didn't fit anywhere in that framework. He wasn't a hero. He didn't have a license. He didn't answer to the commission. He killed villains, which was something heroes were expressly forbidden from doing. He operated at night, in the shadows, in the spaces between jurisdiction where the law couldn't reach. He was, by every legal definition, a vigilante and a murderer. But the public loved him, not openly, not at first, but in the quiet way that people love things they're not supposed to love, in whispered conversations at bars, in anonymous forum posts on hero fan websites, in the graffiti that started appearing on buildings in the rougher parts of Musutafu. Green eyes staring from spray-painted shadows, chains snaking across brick walls, 8 words repeated like a prayer: "Heaven and hell both want me dead." Someone had heard him say it, maybe during the water hose incident, maybe in one of the dozen other encounters that witnesses described in half-coherent police reports. However it happened, the quote stuck. It became a symbol, a rallying cry for everyone who had ever looked at the hero system and thought, this isn't enough. The Hero Commission hated it. They hated the hellspawn. They hated what he represented, the idea that a single uncontrollable entity could do what their entire system couldn't. They assigned a task force to track and capture him. The task force found nothing. because you cannot track a shadow that doesn't want to be found, because you cannot capture something that kills angels and demons for breakfast and considers pro-heroes a light warm-up. Aizawa was called into the commission 3 times for debriefing. Each time, he told them exactly what they already knew and nothing more. Yes, he had encountered the entity. Yes, it had overpowered his erasure. Yes, it had spared him. Why? Commissioner Pantu asked, her eyes sharp behind her glasses. Aizawa shrugged. It said I was one of the good ones. And what does that make the rest of us? Aizawa didn't answer that question. He didn't need to. The answer was in the room with them, sitting in every empty chair and hiding behind every nervous glance. Replaceable. Izuku, meanwhile, was hunting. The USJ had been a detour, a side quest, the kind of thing that happened when you were tracking the underworld and the underworld happened to throw itself in your path. He hadn't gone to the USJ looking for a fight. He'd gone because his network, the terrified whisper chain of informants he'd built over months of breaking villain operations, had told him the League was planning an attack on you. A students, kids, children. He drew the line at children. Everything else was negotiable. His morality was a landscape of grays and darker grays. He killed. He consumed souls. He operated by a code that would have made traditional heroes vomit. But children were the line. Always had been. Even in hell, surrounded by centuries of warfare and corruption, the boy who died reaching for his mother remembered what it felt like to be small and scared and hoping someone would save him. Nobody had saved him, so he would save them. His way. After the USJ, the trail to All for One went cold. Hisashi was too smart, too old, too experienced to leave breadcrumbs after his son had just announced himself to the world. He pulled his operations deeper underground, changed safe houses, rotated proxies, went ghost. So Izuku changed his approach. If he couldn't find the spider, he would burn the web. He started with the Shi Hasaikai. The Yakuza had been dying for years. Hero society had pushed organized crime to the margins. And the old families, the ones who had once controlled entire cities with an iron fist wrapped in a silk glove, were withering. Irrelevant. A relic of a world that had moved on. Overhaul didn't accept that. Kai Chisaki, Overhaul, was the leader of the Shi Hasaikai by virtue of having put the previous leader in a coma. He was young, brilliant, germophobic, and utterly insane. His quirk, Overhaul, allowed him to disassemble and reassemble anything he touched at the molecular level. He could reshape matter like clay. He could deconstruct a human body with a fingertip and rebuild it however he wanted. He had a plan to restore the Yakuza to power, a plan that revolved around a drug, a quirk-erasing bullet that could remove quirks permanently, a weapon that would topple hero society and put the underworld back on top. The drug was made from a little girl named Eri. Eri was 6 years old. She had a horn on her head and a quirk called Rewind that could reverse any biological process, healing wounds, de-aging cells, undoing mutations. In the right hands, it was a gift. In Overhaul's hands, it was a factory. He kept her in the basement of his compound. He took her apart and put her back together, over and over, day after day. He harvested her blood and her tears and her screams and refined them into bullets that could end the age of heroes. She didn't understand why it hurt. She only knew that it did and that nobody was coming to stop it. The heroes found out about the Shi Hasaikai 3 weeks after the USJ. A joint investigation between Sir Night-Eye's agency and the police uncovered the Yakuza's operations. They began planning a raid, coordination meetings, tactical briefings, legal preparations, the bureaucratic machinery of hero society grinding into motion with the speed and urgency of a glacier. Izuku found out about the Shi Hasaikai 4 days after the USJ. He didn't need investigation teams or legal warrants or interagency coordination. He needed one informant, a low-level Yakuza runner he'd pinned to a wall with chains and asked politely about the drug trade, and 30 minutes to find the compound. He hit it on a night. The Shi Hasaikai compound was a fortress. High walls, armed guards, quirk users at every checkpoint, a maze of corridors and chambers beneath the surface, designed by a paranoid misophobe who wanted control over every square inch of his domain. Izuku walked up to the front gate. The guards saw him coming. 2 of them. Yakuza soldiers with stone-faced discipline and quirks designed for base defense. They took one look at the 8.5-foot demon striding toward their gate with chains rattling and a cape billowing like a war banner, and their training kicked in. Halt! Identify yourself, or... Izuku didn't halt. He hit the gate with his shoulder. The reinforced steel tore like wrapping paper. The guards flew. The alarm went off. A shrieking, howling siren that echoed through the compound and woke every soldier, every enforcer, every member of the 8 expendables from whatever they had been doing. Izuku walked through the wreckage of the gate and into the compound. The front courtyard was a kill zone, designed that way on purpose. High walls on 3 sides, overlapping firing angles, choke points that funneled any attacker into overlapping fields of fire. A tactical nightmare for any conventional assault force. Izuku wasn't conventional. The first wave hit him from the left. 6 shooters with modified handguns, the quirk-erasing bullets loaded and ready, aimed at the monster walking through their front door. They fired. The bullets hit Izuku's chest. They bounced off. The quirk-erasing compound inside the bullets tried to activate. It tried to find a quirk to erase. It failed. Because Izuku's power wasn't a quirk. It was necroplasm. It was Hellfire. It was the distilled fury of a boy who died and came back worse. Powered by a contract with a demon lord and fueled by centuries of war, the bullets hit necroplasmic armor and fell to the ground like pebbles thrown at a tank. The shooters stared. Izuku's chains launched. 6 chains. 6 shooters. 6 wet crunches as bodies hit walls and floors and each other. Done. He walked deeper. The corridors of the Shihasaikai compound became his hunting ground. Every room he entered, he owned. Every enforcer he met, he broke. His chains snaked around corners and through doorways, pulling screaming men into the darkness. His hellfire scorched walls and melted weapons and filled the narrow corridors with green light and the smell of burning. The 8 expendables tried to stop him. Shin Namoto, the truth extractor, tried to use his quirk. Izuku hit him once and kept walking. Rikiya Katsukame, the vitality drainer, grabbed Izuku's arm and tried to drain his energy. The necroplasm surged back through the contact point, and Katsukame aged 20 years in 2 seconds. He collapsed, gray-haired and gasping. Izuku stepped over him. Deidoro Sakaki, the drunk one, tried to destabilize Izuku's balance. Izuku's suit compensated instantly. He walked through the destabilizing field like it wasn't there and put Sakaki through a wall. Toya Setsuno, the stealing one, tried to strip Izuku's weapons. The living suit snarled at him, literally snarled like an animal. Setsuno fainted. Hojo Yu, the crystal one, armored up and charged. Izuku met him head-on, shattered the crystal armor with one punch, and kept walking before Hojo hit the ground. Tabe Soramitsu, the eating one, tried to bite through Izuku's chains. The chains bit back. Tabe lost teeth, Tengai. The barrier one threw up a shield. Izuku punched through it. The barrier shattered like glass. Tengai fell to his knees and didn't get up. Mimic, the one hiding in the walls, tried to reshape the compound around Izuku, closing corridors, opening pitfalls, turning the architecture into a weapon. Izuku burned through every obstruction. The walls melted. The floors collapsed. The ceiling gave way. The compound's architecture stopped being an obstacle and became a highway of molten wreckage that Izuku walked through like a man strolling through a park. 7 expendables. 7 fights. Total elapsed time, 4 minutes. The 8th expendable, Rappa, the fist fighter, the one who lived for battle and nothing else, was waiting at the end of the corridor that led to Overhaul's inner sanctum. He was massive, scarred. His fists were wrapped in bandages that had been there so long they'd fused with his skin. He looked at the hellspawn walking toward him through the ruins of his organization and grinned. "Finally," Rappa said, "something worth hitting." Izuku stopped. He looked at Rappa for a moment, assessed him. Rappa's quirk was straightforward, rapid-fire punching with enough force to shatter concrete. No defense, no tricks, just pure, honest, stupid violence delivered through 2 fists and the will to use them. Something in Izuku almost smiled. "You're gonna lose," Izuku said. "Probably," Rappa agreed. His grin widened. "Hit me anyway." Izuku did. The fight lasted 12 seconds. Rappa threw everything he had, a barrage of punches that cratered the walls and shook the foundation, each one landing on Izuku's body with enough force to kill a normal man 10 times over. He hit like a jackhammer. He hit like a car crash. He hit with the pure, unself-conscious joy of a man who had found his purpose and never looked back. Izuku took every punch, not dodged, Not blocked, took. He stood there and let Rappa hit him because the fight mattered to Rappa, and Izuku respected that, even if he didn't understand it. The shock absorption he'd taken from the first Nomu ate the kinetic energy. The regeneration healed the minimal tissue damage before it could register. Then Izuku hit back. Once. The punch caught Rappa in the sternum and sent him backward through 3 walls and into the underground parking structure beyond. He landed on a car, flattened it, and lay in the wreckage, wheezing, bleeding, grinning like a man who just had the best night of his life. Good punch, Rappa croaked. Izuku walked past him. Overhaul was waiting in his inner sanctum. The room was clean, immaculate. White walls, white floor, white ceiling. Like a hospital designed by a man who thought germs were the real enemy and had the power to prove it. The air smelled like bleach and antiseptic. Shisaki stood in the center of the room, his mask on, his gloves off, his golden eyes cold and calculating above the white beak of his plague doctor face. He'd heard the alarms, he'd heard the explosions, he'd heard his entire organization being dismantled room by something that shouldn't have existed. "You're the one from the USJ footage," Overhaul said. His voice was smooth. The voice of a man who believed with absolute certainty that he could take apart anything. The hellspawn. Izuku stopped 10 feet from him. The chains hung still. The cape settled. The hellfire in his eyes burned steady and constant. "Where's the girl?" Izuku asked. Overhaul tilted his head. "That's what you're here for? The experiment? You came through my entire organization for a defective product? Where is the girl?" Overhaul sighed. The sound was performative. Everything about Shisaki was performative. A mask over a void where empathy should have been. "She's downstairs, my investment, my key to a world without quirks. Without the disease that infected humanity, you have no idea what you're interfering with." "I don't care. You should. The girl's quirk is the cure. I can erase quirks permanently. I can return humanity to its pure state. No more heroes, no more villains, no more mutations. Just people. Clean, whole, human." Izuku stared at him. "You torture a child to make bullets," Izuku said flatly. "Save the philosophy for someone who gives a damn." Overhaul's calm cracked. Just a sliver. His golden eyes narrowed behind the mask. He touched the floor. The white tile deconstructed and reconstructed in a fraction of a second, the molecular structure reshaping itself into a wave of sharpened spikes that erupted from the ground and shot toward Izuku at blinding speed. Izuku walked through it. His suit shredded the spikes on contact. The necroplasm reformed faster than Overhaul could reshape. Overhaul swept his hand along the wall. The wall became a barrage of projectiles. Dense, heavy, fast. 100 chunks of reconstructed matter, each one razor-edged, each one aimed at Izuku's center mass. Izuku's cape moved. The red, living fabric spread behind him like wings and intercepted every projectile. They hit the cape and stuck. The cape absorbed them, broke them down, and spat them out as dust. Overhaul clenched his jaw. He touched the floor again. This time, the entire room shifted. The walls closed in, the ceiling dropped, the floor rose. He was reshaping the entire sanctum into a crushing trap, a box of reconstructed matter designed to compress whatever was inside it into paste. Izuku braced his hands against the closing walls. His muscles flexed. The suit surged. Green fire erupted from his body in a spherical wave that blew the compressing room apart. Walls shattered. The ceiling exploded upward. The floor cracked and dropped 10 feet. Overhaul stood in the ruin of his sanctum, breathing hard for the first time, his golden eyes wide. Izuku was in front of him. He had closed the distance during the explosion, moving through the chaos like it was scenery. He was close enough to touch. Close enough that Overhaul could see the texture of the charred necroplasm that made up his face, the cracks where green light bled through, the depths of those burning eyes. Overhaul lunged, both hands out, all 5 fingers on each hand reaching for Izuku's body. Deconstruction at the molecular level. The ultimate trump card. Nothing survived Overhaul's touch. Nothing. His fingers met the living suit. The suit bit him. The necroplasmic surface of Izuku's body opened a mouth, a literal mouth with teeth made of hardened dark energy, and bit down on Overhaul's fingers. The villain screamed. He tried to pull back. The suit held him. Izuku grabbed Overhaul by the collar and lifted him off the ground. He hit him. An open-handed slap that spun Overhaul's head sideways and cracked his plague doctor mask down the middle. The mask fell off in 2 pieces, revealing a young face twisted in pain and terror. Izuku hit him again, a fist this time. Overhaul's nose broke, blood sprayed. Again. Overhaul's orbital bone fractured. Again. His jaw dislocated. Izuku's chains impaled through Overhaul's shoulders, 2 points left and right, pinning his arms to his torso, and lifted him off the ground, slamming him against the one remaining wall. Overhaul hung there, pinned like a butterfly in a display case, his blood running down the white surface in crimson streaks. Green hellfire ignited in Izuku's palms. He pressed both hands flat against Overhaul's chest. The fire didn't just burn, it consumed. It ate through Overhaul's body on a level that his quirk couldn't rebuild from. He tried to reconstruct. His quirk fired frantically, desperately, trying to reassemble tissue that was being burned out of existence. But the hellfire was faster. It didn't destroy matter. It destroyed essence. It burned the spiritual foundation that matter was built on. Overhaul screamed. A scream that started human and ended as something else, something hollow, something that echoed in a way screams shouldn't echo, as though the sound was coming from a place deeper than his throat. Izuku reached into his chest. His hand passed through flesh and bone and organ and found the core, the soul, the essence, the irreducible spark that made Kaichisaki who he was. He closed his fist around it. He pulled it out. It was small, cold, ugly, a tight, clenched thing that had never once opened up to another human being. A soul so fixated on control and cleanliness that it had strangled every soft impulse before it could grow. Izuku looked at it for a moment. Then he absorbed it. The Overhaul quirk flowed into his arsenal. He felt it settle. The ability to deconstruct and reconstruct matter at the molecular level, layered over his necroplasm and his hellfire and his chains and his shock absorption and his regeneration and every other power he'd consumed. Another weapon, another tool, another piece of an arsenal that was already approaching the absurd. He dropped Overhaul's empty body and let it crumple to the floor. He found the stairs. He went down. The basement was cold and quiet and smelled like antiseptic and fear. The lights were harsh fluorescents that buzzed and flickered. The walls were concrete, unpainted, utilitarian. A hallway stretched ahead, lined with doors that had been welded shut from the outside. Izuku opened them as he passed. Most were empty. Some contained equipment, medical devices, restraint systems, collection apparatus that he didn't look at too closely because looking at them made the hellfire surge behind his eyes, and he needed to be calm right now. He needed to be gentle. The last door was different. It was smaller than the others. There was a drawing taped to the outside. A child's drawing, crude and colorful, depicting a house with a yellow sun and green grass, and a figure that might have been a person standing in the yard with arms outstretched. Someone had tried to tear it down. The tape was ripped at one corner, but the drawing was still there. Holding on, Izuku opened the door. The room was small. A cot, a blanket, a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. No windows, no toys, no color. Just concrete and silence and the particular kind of emptiness that comes from putting a child in a box and leaving them there. Eri was in the corner. She was curled into a ball with her arms wrapped around her knees and her face pressed against her legs. Her hair was white, long, tangled, unwashed. Her horn jutted from the side of her head, nicked and scarred from repeated use. She was wearing a dirty hospital gown. She was barefoot. She looked up. She saw 8.5 feet of chain-draped, cape-wearing demonic nightmare standing in her doorway, and she flinched. Her eyes went wide. Her body curled tighter. But she didn't scream. She was too tired to scream, too used to monsters to waste energy on fear. The monsters she knew wore white masks and gloves and spoke in calm, reasonable voices while they took her apart. This one looked different, scarier, but the room smelled like burning instead of bleach, and that was almost a relief. Izuku stood in the doorway and felt something inside him break. He'd seen hell. He'd fought in wars that lasted centuries. He'd killed angels and demons and things that existed outside of mortal understanding. He had thought, genuinely believed, that nothing in the mortal world could touch him anymore. That the necroplasm and the hellfire and the centuries of violence had burned away everything soft. He was wrong. She was so small. He stepped into the room, slowly, carefully. His chains retracted. His suit smoothed itself, pulling in the spikes and the blades and the jagged edges. The hellfire in his eyes dimmed from a blaze to a glow, warm instead of hot, green instead of burning. His cape, the living, sentient, murder-loving cape that had shredded angels and strangled demons and punched through dimensions, slid off his shoulders. It drifted toward Eri. It moved gently, slowly. Like a big, red, incredibly dangerous blanket that was trying very hard to be soft, it settled over her shoulders, wrapped around her, covered her. The spikes retracted. The hard edges went smooth. The fabric, if you could call necroplasmic living tissue fabric, became warm and soft and cocooning. Eri looked up at the cape draped around her. She touched it with one small, scarred hand. The cape purred, actually purred, like a cat. The living weapon that had bisected Nomus and shattered barriers and torn through the armies of both heaven and hell was purring against the hand of a 6-year-old girl because she was small and scared, and someone needed to be gentle. Something wet ran down the inside of Izuku's mask. He ignored it. He crouched down. Even crouching, he towered over her. He tried to make himself smaller. The suit helped, pulling in, compacting. It wasn't enough, but it was something. "Hey," he said. His voice was still the demonic rasp, still gravel and iron. But there was something underneath it. Something soft and old and young at the same time, like a door opening to a room that hadn't been used in a very long time. Eri looked at him. Her red eyes were enormous, wet, exhausted. "Are you gonna hurt me?" she whispered. Her voice was barely there, a thread of sound in a concrete room. It shook his head. "Nobody is ever gonna hurt you again." "You promise?" The question hit him like a fist. Not because it was powerful, but because it was so small and so desperate, and so entirely without hope. She was asking out of habit, because she'd asked before and been lied to and learned that promises meant nothing in a world where adults did whatever they wanted to children. "I promise," Izuku said. And he meant it with every atom of necroplasm in his body. He meant it with the hellfire and the chains and the centuries of death and the soul of a boy who died reaching for his mother. "I promise on everything I am and everything I was." She stared at him, searching, looking for the lie, looking for the crack in the mask where the cruelty would show through. She didn't find one. She reached out with both arms. Izuku picked her up, gently. More gently than he had done anything since his resurrection. He cradled her against his chest, this small, fragile, broken thing, wrapped in a living cape and held by a monster who was trying to remember what tenderness felt like. Eri put her head against his shoulder. She fell asleep in 11 seconds. Izuku carried her out of the basement, through the corridors, past the broken expendables and the scorched walls and the shattered gates, through the cold night air of the compound courtyard, stepping over the unconscious bodies of men who had worked for a monster and paid for it. He walked through the streets of Musutafu in the small hours of the morning. The suit cloaked them, pulling the shadows around them like a blanket, making them invisible to the cameras and the patrols and the world. Eri slept through all of it. Deeply. Completely. The kind of sleep that only comes when someone finally feels safe. Izuku walked for a long time. He thought about his mother, about yellow curtains and sunflowers and a baby with green eyes, about the woman who had loved him first and best and always, who had built something new from the rubble of what his father had destroyed. He thought about Eri, about a basement in a hospital gown and a child's drawing taped to a door. He thought about the space between what he was and what he wanted to be. Then he changed direction. All Might's apartment was in a quiet building in central Musutafu. Top floor. Modest. The kind of place where the greatest hero in the world went to be a thin, tired man named Toshinori Yagi and bleed into tissue paper and wonder how many fights he had left. At 2:14 a.m., there was a knock on his door. All Might, Toshinori, was not asleep. He hadn't been sleeping well since the USJ. He was sitting at his kitchen table in a white t-shirt and sweatpants, his skeletal frame hunched over a cup of tea that had gone cold 2 hours ago. He opened the door. Eri was on his doorstep. She was asleep, wrapped in a blanket that hummed faintly with residual warmth. A warmth that didn't feel like fire or electricity, but something older, something that sat just on the wrong side of comfortable. Her white hair was clean. Someone had washed it. And her face was peaceful, in the way that children's faces are only peaceful when they have dreamed the bad things and found themselves still safe on the other side. Her thumb was near her mouth. She was sucking it in her sleep. Toshinori stared. He looked down. On the concrete of his doorstep, carved deep enough to be permanent, were 8 words. Keep her safe, Blondie. Or I'll come back. He looked up. The hallway was empty. The shadows in the corners were just shadows. The air smelled faintly of something burning. Something green flickered at the edge of his vision. A flash of light in the stairwell window. There and gone. And then there was nothing. Toshinori stood in his doorway for a long time. His thin chest rose and fell. His sunken eyes were wet. He looked at the sleeping child on his doorstep, at the blanket that hummed, at the message carved into stone. He bent down and picked her up. She was so light, so small. He held her against his chest with the careful, terrified gentleness of a man who hadn't held a child in decades and was afraid of breaking her. Eri stirred. Her eyes opened, red, heavy, glazed with sleep. She looked at the thin man holding her. Safe? She whispered. Toshinori's throat closed. His eyes burned. He blinked and something wet ran down his cheek. Safe, he said. I promise. She put her head on his shoulder and went back to sleep. Toshinori carried her inside and closed the door. He did not sleep that night. The Shi-Hasaikai raid was planned for the following week. It was unnecessary. When Sir Night Eye's team arrived at the compound, 50 heroes strong, backed by police tactical units and a legal warrant signed by 3 judges, they found the front gate torn apart, the interior destroyed, and the entire Yakuza organization neutralized. Overhaul's body was on the floor of his sanctum, empty-eyed and drained. The 8 expendables were in various states of unconsciousness throughout the building. The rank-and-file soldiers were scattered like fallen leaves. Not a single person was missing except Eri. Sir Night Eye stood in the ruins of Overhaul's sanctum and used his foresight quirk. He touched a wall. He looked into the past. He saw chains. He saw green fire. He saw a massive, terrifying figure walking through the compound like a force of nature and leaving nothing standing in his wake. He saw Eri being carried out. Gently. The cape wrapped around her. The monster holding her like she was made of glass. Sir Night Eye let go of the wall. He was quiet for a very long time. Sir? Bubble Girl asked. What did you see? Night Eye adjusted his glasses. His hands were steady, but his face was pale. A monster, he said slowly, that loves a child more than we could protect her. The raid was scrubbed. The mission was reclassified, the official report said the Shi-Hasaikai had been dismantled by an unknown entity operating outside hero jurisdiction. Everyone knew who. Nobody said the name. The weeks turned into months. The months turned into a new normal. Izuku didn't stop. The Shi-Hasaikai was a link in the chain that led to All for One, and every link he broke revealed 2 more. He moved through the underworld with the relentless patience of an apex predator that didn't need to rush because nothing could run fast enough. He dismantled a smuggling operation in Yokohama that had been moving quirk-enhancing drugs through the port district. He tracked the supply chain back to a lab in Osaka, walked in through the front door, and walked out 90 seconds later with the lab on fire and the chemists reconsidering their career choices. He found a trafficking ring operating out of Kyoto that was selling quirk users to underground fighting arenas in Southeast Asia. He shut it down, permanently. The ringleader, a quirk user who could control gravity, tried to flatten Izuku with 20 times normal gravitational force. Izuku stood up under the weight, walked forward, and punched the man so hard his body dented the earth. He tracked an information broker in Shizuoka who sold intelligence to the highest bidder and had recently sold the location of several hero safe houses to parties unknown. The broker tried to bargain. Izuku didn't bargain. Each operation he dismantled gave him more information, more connections, more threads that led deeper into the web. The underworld whispered about him in tones usually reserved for natural disasters and vengeful gods. They gave him new names. The Endgame. The Last Thing You See. The Nightmare in Green. And everywhere he went, he left the same message. Carved into walls, burned into floors, whispered to survivors who were too terrified to lie. Tell Hisashi Midoriya the hellspawn is coming. All for One heard every message. He sat in his bar in Kamino and he listened to his network crumble. Piece by piece. His son, his dead, useless, buried and forgotten son, was dismantling 2 centuries of carefully constructed criminal infrastructure with the fury of a man who had all the time in the world and absolutely no interest in mercy. He should have been afraid. Some part of him, the ancient lizard brain part that had kept him alive through centuries of conflict, was screaming at him to run, to disappear, to use his stolen quirks and his stolen faces and his stolen lives to vanish into the world and become someone the hellspawn couldn't find, but All For One was too old for running, too proud, too certain of his own invincibility. He had taken quirks from thousands. He had beaten the symbol of peace. He had survived for over 200 years by being the most dangerous thing in any room he entered. His son was dead. Whatever had come back wearing Izuku's eyes was something else. Something that hell had made. Something powerful, yes. Something terrifying, certainly. But still just one being, one entity, one target. All For One began to plan. Izuku felt the shift. The underworld went quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that came before an ambush, the kind that prey animals feel before the predator drops from the tree. He didn't care. Let the old man plan. Let him scheme and strategize and deploy whatever weapons he had left. Izuku had spent centuries fighting in the war between heaven and hell. He had torn through legions of angels and armies of demons. One mortal villain, no matter how old, no matter how powerful, no matter how many stolen quirks he had crammed into his aging body, was not going to make him hesitate. But he wasn't stupid. Centuries of war had burned the stupidity out of him and replaced it with a cold patience that served him better than rage ever could. He changed his pattern. He stopped hitting operations and started watching them. He moved through the shadows of the underworld like a ghost, letting the remaining organizations think they were safe, letting them relax, letting them resume their routines and their communications and their carefully encrypted contact with the man at the top. He listened. And slowly, piece by piece, the picture formed. Camino Ward, an abandoned bar in the entertainment district. A building that looked like nothing from the outside and held everything on the inside. A location that appeared in no database, on no map, in no official record. A place that existed only in the whisper network of the most trusted operatives in All For One's organization. Found you. But before Camino, there was one more thing. The sports festival. UA's annual showcase, the event that put hero students on the national stage and launched careers. Millions watched. Heroes scouted. The public cheered. It was the single most watched sporting event in Japan, and the students of Class 1A were at the center of it. Izuku watched from a rooftop a mile away. The suit's enhanced vision gave him a clear view of the stadium. He could see the students gathering in the tunnel before the opening ceremony. He could see their faces, nervous, excited, determined. He recognized some of them from the USJ. The half-and-half boy with the mismatched eyes, the explosive blonde with the permanent scowl, the gravity girl with the round face and the kind eyes, the bird-headed one whose shadow creature had hidden from him. They were kids, bright, powerful, determined kids who had been through something terrible and come out the other side still believing in the dream. Something in Izuku's chest ached. He'd been one of them once, in another life. Before his father's hand had closed around his throat and the darkness had swallowed him, he had dreamed of UA. He had dreamed of standing in that tunnel, wearing that uniform, walking out into that stadium to the roar of the crowd. That dream was dead. It had died in a living room with his mother screaming. Whatever he was now, hellspawn, weapon, monster, he was never going to be a student, never going to be a hero, never going to walk through those gates with a number on his chest and hope in his heart. He was something else. He watched the festival unfold, watched the obstacle race where Todoroki froze the entire field and Bakugo blasted over the ice and a girl with pink dreads bounced through the chaos like she was having the time of her life. Watched the cavalry battle where alliances formed and broke and formed again in a swirl of strategy and desperation. Watched the tournament bracket where students fought one-on-one in the ring with everything they had. Todoroki versus Bakugo in the finals. Fire and ice against explosions and rage. A fight that shook the stadium and cracked the ring and left both combatants standing in the rubble, panting, bleeding, refusing to fall. Bakugo won. Barely. He stood over Todoroki's unconscious body with his fist raised and his face twisted in something that might have been triumph and might have been fury and might have been the dawning realization that winning didn't feel the way he thought it would. Izuku watched. He felt nothing. That was wrong. He should have felt something. Pride, maybe, for the generation that would inherit the world he was trying to unfuck. Envy for the life he couldn't have. Anger at the man who had taken it from him. He felt nothing. Just the quiet hum of necroplasm and the distant rattle of chains and the steady green-burning fire behind his eyes. He turned away from the stadium. He had work to do. Kamino Ward. 3 months after the USJ. 2 months after the Hasaikai. 6 days after Izuku confirmed the location of All for One's base of operations. He spent those 6 days watching, cataloging, mapping every exit, every guard rotation, every energy signature that his enhanced senses could detect. The bar was a trap. He knew it was a trap. All for One knew he was coming. The quiet in the underworld hadn't been fear. It had been preparation. The old man had pulled his remaining assets into a defensive perimeter around Kamino and was waiting. Fine. Let him wait. Izuku didn't need subtlety for this. Subtlety was for operations that required finesse. This was personal. He hit Kamino on a Friday night. The sky was clear, stars out. A half moon hanging in the sky like an eye that didn't want to watch what was about to happen. Izuku dropped from the rooftop of a parking structure 4 blocks from the bar and walked down the empty street, past the shuttered businesses and the dark windows and the homeless encampments that bordered the entertainment district. His footsteps cracked the asphalt. His chains rattled in the still air. His cape billowed behind him. Sensing the violence ahead and responding to it the way a hunting dog responds to the scent of blood, the guards saw him coming from 3 blocks away. They were positioned on rooftops and in alleys, armed with quirks and weapons, and the desperate courage of men who worked for someone more terrifying than whatever was walking toward them. They opened fire. Quirk attacks, projectiles, energy blasts, a rain of violence that lit up the dark street like a fireworks display gone wrong. The noise was tremendous. Explosions, cracks, sizzling energy, the sharp reports of quirk-powered weapons firing at maximum output. Izuku walked through all of it. The attacks hit him and bounced off, burned against his suit and fizzled, cratered the ground around his feet and accomplished nothing. He didn't dodge. He didn't run. He walked, steady, relentless. Each footstep measured, each heartbeat even. The guards panicked. They threw everything they had, their best quirks, their most powerful weapons, team attacks, combined assaults, the coordinated defensive strategy that All for One himself had designed. Izuku's chains launched. The guards went down. Fast. Hard. Bodies hitting rooftops and alley walls with crunching impacts that ended careers. His Hellfire swept the buildings to the left and right, clearing sniper positions, flushing ambushers, melting the weapons that were too dangerous to leave lying around. 30 guards. 20 seconds. He reached the bar. The door was reinforced steel behind a facade of old wood. He didn't bother with the door. He walked through the wall. The interior was exactly what he expected. Dark, smoky. A bar along one wall with dusty bottles on dusty shelves. A television playing static. And in the center of the room, sitting in a chair that might have been a throne if it had been in a better building, was the man he'd come to kill. All for one. He looked different from the last time Izuku had seen him. The mask was on, a dark, mechanical life support system that covered his scarred, ruined face. No eyes. No features. Just the mask and the suit and the aura of absolute, ancient malice that radiated from him like heat from a reactor. Izuku, All for One, said, "My boy." The words hit like acid. My boy. The same words, the same tone, the same possessive familiarity that had colored every good night and have a good day at school and had ever come from that mouth. Izuku's chains went taut. His Hellfire flared. The suit snarled. "Don't," Izuku said, and his voice was a controlled explosion. Quiet on the surface, thermonuclear underneath. "Don't you dare call me that." All for One tilted his head. The mask's sensor array tracked Izuku's energy signature. The readings were wrong. Off the scale. Whatever his son had become, it was outputting more raw power than anything the sensors had been calibrated to measure. "I suppose I deserve that," All for One said mildly. "But you should know, what I did for a reason. The world I'm building requires sacrifice. Your mother understood. In time, Izuku moved. He crossed the room in a single step, and his fist connected with All for One's mask with enough force to shatter concrete. The chair disintegrated. The floor cratered. All for One went through the back wall of the bar, through the building behind it, and into the street beyond. Izuku followed him through the holes. All for One stood in the street, his mask cracked, one hand raised. Quirks activated. Dozens of them. Layered and combined, 200 years of stolen power firing simultaneously. A wall of pure force erupted from his palm and hit Izuku head-on. Izuku leaned into it. His feet dug trenches in the asphalt. The force pushed him back 3 feet. 4, 5. He stopped. He pushed through it. All for One's hand trembled. He added more quirks, strength, force amplification, kinetic redirection. The air between them turned white with compressed energy. The ground shattered in a circle around them. Buildings groaned and cracked from the sheer pressure being generated. Izuku walked through it. Step. By. Step. All for One watched the hellspawn advance through the combined output of 100 stolen quirks and felt the cold thing in his stomach grow colder. Interesting, he said, and there was a tremor in his voice that hadn't been there before. You've grown. You have no idea. Izuku reached through the wall of force and grabbed All for One by the face. His fingers closed around the mask like a vice. He lifted the most dangerous man in Japan off the ground with one hand. All for One activated every combat quirk he had. Impact negation, kinetic redistribution, air cannon, rivets, spring-like limbs, strength enhancement times 12. His body became a weapon, a 200-year-old arsenal firing on all cylinders. He hit Izuku with an air cannon that leveled the building behind them. He hit him with a combined force blast that cratered the street for 100 meters. He hit him with everything. Every quirk, every technique, every trick, and trump card he had accumulated over 2 centuries of being the most powerful man on the planet. Izuku took it all. His shock absorption ate the kinetic energy. His regeneration healed the damage. His necroplasm adapted to every new quirk it encountered, analyzing and neutralizing and integrating. Every attack All for One threw made Izuku stronger. Every quirk he used gave the necroplasm new data, new patterns, new tools to add to its already overwhelming arsenal. All for One realized it too late. He was feeding the monster. Izuku slammed All for One into the ground. The impact created a crater 30 meters wide. The surrounding buildings swayed. Car alarms went off for 6 blocks. He stood over his father in the rubble. All for One looked up at him. The mask was broken. His scarred, eyeless face was exposed. The ruins of the man who had once read bedtime stories and cooked dinner and pretended to be human for years. I've died before, Izuku said. It didn't take. He raised his fist, and the sky opened. The sky literally opened. A column of golden light punched through the clouds and hit the street like a spotlight from God's own desk lamp. The air temperature spiked, the ozone crackled. A sound filled Kamino, a single sustained note, like a trumpet made from the spine of the universe. Angels. They descended through the golden light like judgment made flesh. Tall, beautiful, terrible. Wings of white fire spread wide enough to cast shadows over city blocks. Halos that burned so bright they left after images on the retinas of anyone who looked at them. Armor of living light that shifted and flowed like water. There were 6 of them. Seraphim class. The heavy hitters of Heaven's army. The ones who got sent when the regular angels couldn't handle the job. They were here for Izuku. He'd known this was coming. Heaven and hell had been hunting him since he'd escaped. He was an abomination, a mortal soul bonded with demonic power, an entity that existed outside the jurisdiction of both planes. Heaven couldn't control him. Hell couldn't reclaim him. Both wanted him destroyed. The lead angel, a towering figure with 6 wings and eyes that burned like white stars, spoke with a voice that made the air vibrate. Hellspawn, your existence is an affront to the divine order. Submit to judgment or be destroyed. Izuku looked up at the angels. He looked down at All for One, bleeding in the crater. He looked at the ruins of Kamino around him. He cracked his neck. Heaven and hell both want me dead, he said, and he smiled. A real smile. The kind that showed teeth that weren't entirely human. That makes me feel right at home. The first angel attacked. A sword of living light swept down in an arc that bisected the street for 100 meters. Izuku dodged, barely, and the pavement where he'd been standing vaporized. He launched his chains at the angel, and they wrapped around its arm. The angel screamed. The chains burned it. The necroplasm ate into the divine essence the way acid eats through metal. and it thrashed, trying to break free. The second and third angels hit him from the sides. Light spears that punched through his suit and burned his necroplasm. He felt it. Actual pain, the first real pain he'd felt since the Hasaikai. And the sensation was almost nostalgic. He'd fought angels before, in hell, for centuries. They were powerful, they were fast, they were dangerous in ways that mortals couldn't comprehend. But he had killed them before, and he could kill them again. He ripped the first angel out of the sky with his chains, slammed it into the street, drove his fist through its chest and pulled out a core of white energy that screamed as it died. He absorbed it, divine energy mixed with necroplasm in a combination that shouldn't have been possible, and his body blazed, green and gold, hellfire and holy light, warring and merging and becoming something new. The second angel dove at him with a flaming sword. Izuku caught the blade with his bare hand. The holy fire burned him. The necroplasm healed him. He pulled the angel forward and headbutted it. The halo shattered. The angel reeled. Izuku's other hand grabbed it by the wing and tore it free. The angel fell. 4 left. They changed tactics. They stopped attacking individually and started working as a unit, a practiced, coordinated assault pattern that they had used to destroy demon lords and cleanse entire circles of hell. Light spears from 3 angles, a containment field from the 4th, combined divine fire that burned on every level of existence simultaneously. Izuku burned. He screamed. His suit shrieked. The necroplasm boiled. He held. He held because he was Izuku Midoriya, and holding was what he did. He had held in hell when Malebolgia's torture had peeled him apart layer by layer. He had held against the armies of heaven and the legions of hell and every terrible thing that the universe had thrown at him. He held now. He detonated. Every ounce of necroplasm in his body, every drop of hellfire, every stolen quirk and consumed soul and absorbed power. He let it all go at once. A spherical explosion of green and gold energy that expanded outward from his body at the speed of sound. The shockwave hit the 4 remaining angels and scattered them like leaves in a hurricane. It hit the buildings around them and reduced them to rubble. It hit the clouds above and blew a hole in the overcast sky that revealed stars. The explosion echoed across Musutafu, across Japan. Seismographs registered it as far away as China. When the dust settled, Izuku stood in a crater the size of a city block. The 4 angels lay around him, broken, their wings crumpled, their halos shattered, their armor of living light cracked and leaking divine energy. They were alive. Angels were hard to kill permanently, but they were beaten. Thoroughly, completely. Izuku absorbed them, one by one. He walked to each fallen angel and pulled the divine essence from their bodies. The power flowed into him, holy fire merging with hellfire, divine light mixing with necroplasmic darkness. He grew. His eyes shifted, green fire with flecks of gold. His suit evolved, the chains incorporating strands of divine metal, the cape gaining edges of white light that contrasted with its blood-red surface. He was something new now, something that had never existed before, a hybrid of hell and heaven. Divine and demonic, wrapped around the soul of a boy who had died reaching for his mother. He looked at the crater where All for One had been. Empty. The old man had used the distraction to escape. Of course he had. 200 years of survival instincts didn't just disappear because an army of angels dropped from the sky. Izuku stared at the empty crater for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was a real laugh, a genuine, almost surprised sound that had no business coming from an 8.5-foot demon angel hybrid standing in a crater in the middle of a destroyed city district. "Run, old man," he said to the empty air. "I've got time." The aftermath of Kamino was a global event, the destruction. The footage, there was always footage because modern society lived on cameras the way fish lived on water. Shaky smartphone video of a massive, green-eyed figure fighting angels in the sky above a Japanese city. Clear security footage of the initial confrontation with All for One. Satellite imagery of the crater, the world had questions. The hero system had more questions. The government had the most questions of all. A press conference was held. All Might, in his weakened form, his secret identity now exposed by the USJ footage and its aftermath, addressed the nation. He told them what he knew, which wasn't much. "There is an entity operating in Japan that we do not fully understand," he said. His thin face was serious. His blue eyes carried a weight that made the reporters in the room stop asking stupid questions. It is powerful beyond anything in our current experience. It is targeting the criminal underworld. It is hostile to villains and, other threats. Is it a hero? Someone asked. All Might was quiet for a long time. I don't know what it is, he said honestly. But I know that it saved my students. I know that it rescued a child. And I know that it is hunting the man who is responsible for more suffering in this country than any villain in history. He paused. Make of that what you will. Izuku stood on the roof of a building in downtown Musutafu and looked at the city below. It was late, past midnight. The city was quiet in the way cities were only quiet at this hour. Not truly silent, but subdued. The daytime noise replaced by the low hum of infrastructure and the distant murmur of people who stayed up too late. He was thinking about next steps. All for One had escaped. The old man was wounded, weakened, running, but alive. And as long as he was alive, the mission wasn't done. As long as Hisashi Midoriya drew breath, Izuku's mother and Eri, and every person the old bastard had ever hurt or would ever hurt, was at risk. He would find him. It was a matter of when, not if. The net was closing. Every operation he dismantled, every safe house he burned, every lieutenant he broke brought him closer. All for One's options were narrowing. His resources were dwindling. His empire was collapsing around him. It was only a matter of time. Izuku looked up at the sky. The stars were out. The hole he'd blown in the clouds during the angel fight was still visible. A circular gap in the overcast, slowly closing. He thought about Eri. About whether she was sleeping. About whether the blanket he'd given her was still warm. About whether All Might was keeping his promise. He thought about his mother. About yellow curtains and sunflowers and a baby with green eyes who would grow up without knowing that an older brother watched over them from the dark. He thought about the deal he'd made, his soul, in exchange for resurrection. When the mission was done, when All for One was dead and the people Izuku loved were safe, Malebolgia would collect. His soul would return to the Eighth Circle for eternity. No escape. No negotiation. No second resurrection. He was okay with that. Not because he wanted to go back to hell, but because some things were worth the price. Some things, a mother's safety, a child's freedom, the destruction of a man who had caused centuries of suffering, were worth an eternity of torment. Izuku stood on the rooftop and breathed the night air and felt for just a moment something close to peace. Then his suit rippled. His chains rattled. The hellfire in his eyes flared. Somewhere in the city, far to the east, in a district he hadn't reached yet, a building exploded. The sound hit him 2 seconds later, carried on the night wind. He saw the fireball rise against the dark sky. He felt the shockwave ruffle his cape. Police sirens. Hero alerts. The distant sound of people screaming. Izuku turned toward the explosion. His cape spread behind him. His chains extended, coiling and uncoiling like snakes sensing prey. His eyes burned green and gold in the dark. Hell made me a weapon, he said to no one. I chose to aim myself. He jumped. The rooftop cracked beneath his feet as he launched himself toward the explosion. The wind howled past him, the city blurred below. He flew, not gracefully, not elegantly, but with the raw, brutal momentum of a cannonball aimed at whatever was burning on the other side of the skyline. The explosion was a distraction. He knew it the moment he arrived. A warehouse. Low value. The fire was chemical, accelerant-based, designed to burn hot and bright and draw every emergency service in the district. Inside, nothing worth protecting. Empty crates. Old machinery, a skeleton crew of expendable villains who'd been given just enough information to start a fire and not enough to know why. Izuku landed in the burning parking lot and looked around. This was a message, not from All for One. The old man was too wounded, too reduced, too busy running to orchestrate something this sloppy. This was from someone else, someone who wanted his attention. The fire crackled around him. His suit was unbothered. Necroplasm didn't burn. He stood in the heart of the blaze like a man standing in a warm shower and waited. The shadows at the edge of the parking lot moved. A figure stepped out. Tall, lean, wrapped in a dark coat with a hood pulled low. Blue flames danced around his fingers. Lazy, almost playful, half burning with a heat that made the chemical fire around them look cold. Dabi. The patchwork villain, scarred, stapled, burning alive from the inside out, looked at the hellspawn standing in the middle of his fire and grinned. It was a smile that had no joy in it, only heat and madness and the particular kind of recklessness that came from a man who had stopped caring about his own survival a long time ago. "So you're the one everybody's afraid of," Dabi said. His voice was raspy, like they were meeting at a coffee shop instead of a burning parking lot. "Gotta say, I expected you'd be taller." Izuku looked at him. His suit analyzed the blue flames. Hot. Hotter than any fire quirk in the hero registry, the kind of temperature that melted steel and vaporized bone. Dangerous to normal people. Dangerous to most heroes. Not dangerous to a hellspawn. "You've got 30 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't put your fucking skull through that wall," Izuku said. Dabi's grin widened. "Because I know where All for One is hiding. Right now, tonight, and I'll give you the location for free." Izuku was still. "Why?" "Because the son of a bitch promised my father a war and gave him nothing but lies. Because Endeavor, my father, the number 2 hero, the great Todoroki Enji, sold his family to All for One's promises, and I want to watch everything burn." Dabi's flames flared, his eyes, blue, bright, feverish, locked onto Izuku's green fire. "We've got a common enemy, Hellspawn. The difference is you can actually reach him." Izuku studied him. Read the scars, read the flames, read the desperate, broken, furious thing behind those blue eyes that reminded him uncomfortably of himself. "And what do you get out of this?" "I get to watch." Dabi's grin was all teeth and no warmth. "I get to see the look on the old bastard's face when everything he built comes crashing down. That's enough." Izuku was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. Dabi waited. The hellfire behind Izuku's eyes shifted and churned. "Talk," Izuku said. Dabi talked. All for One was in Tartarus. Not the prison, although the prison was named after it for good reason. The real Tartarus. A facility built into the bones of the earth, deeper than any public structure, off every map and out of every database. A place that the Hero Commission didn't officially acknowledge and the government didn't officially fund. A place where the most dangerous villains in history were kept in conditions that would have made the UN weep, and that most heroes preferred not to think about. All for One had been moved there by his own people, not as a prisoner, as a patient. The injuries from Kamino were severe. Even with his stolen regeneration quirks, the combination of Izuku's necroplasm, his hellfire, and the collateral damage from 6 Seraphim-class angels had left wounds that didn't heal normally. He needed time. He needed medical attention that couldn't be found in a bar basement. He needed to hide. Tartarus was the one place the Hellspawn might not find. It was designed to contain entities that could level cities. Its walls were reinforced with quirk-nullifying alloys. Its security system was the most advanced on the planet. Its location was known to fewer than 20 people in the entire country. Dabi made it 21, and Izuku made it 22. 3 days later, Izuku stood outside Tartarus. The facility was built into a cliff face overlooking the Pacific Ocean. The entrance was hidden behind a waterfall. Dramatic, excessive, the kind of design choice that happened when you gave a government unlimited budget and no oversight. The night was black. The ocean roared against the rocks below. The wind tasted like salt and steel. Izuku looked at the facility. His suit's sensors mapped the structure, 40 levels below ground, each one more heavily fortified than the last. Power nullification fields on every floor. Motion sensors, heat sensors, pressure sensors, automated defense systems designed to kill anything that triggered them without waiting for human authorization. A fortress. The most secure location in Japan. Izuku walked in. The outer security was automated. Turrets, drones, energy barriers. They activated the moment his foot crossed the threshold and filled the entrance corridor with enough firepower to stop an armored division. Izuku walked through it. The turrets hit him and broke. The drones fired and died. The energy barriers sparked against his necroplasm and fizzled. The power nullification fields reached for his quirks and found nothing to nullify because his power wasn't a quirk and the engineers who built the fields hadn't planned for something from hell. He walked deeper. Guards came. Human guards. Trained, armed, professional. They stood their ground because that was their job, and they fired because that was their training, and they fell because they were human beings fighting something that was not. Izuku didn't kill them. He broke weapons. He shattered armor. He tossed unconscious bodies into corners with the practiced efficiency of a man clearing obstacles from a path. The guards were doing their job. He could respect that even while rendering them irrelevant. Level by level, floor by floor, deeper into the earth, he passed cells. Behind reinforced glass and quirk-nullifying fields, the worst villains in history slept or paced or stared at nothing. He didn't look at them. They didn't concern him. He was here for one man. The bottom level, a single corridor, white walls, white floor, white ceiling, fluorescent lights that hummed with the frequency of madness. At the end of the corridor, a door, the most heavily fortified door in the facility. 12 inches of quirk-nullifying alloy, biometric locks, energy barriers, redundant systems on redundant systems. Izuku punched through it. His fist, charged with necroplasm and hellfire, and the stolen overhaul quirk deconstructing the door's molecular structure in real time, went through 12 inches of advanced alloy like it was wet cardboard. He grabbed the edges of the hole and pulled. The door tore open with a shriek of tortured metal. All for One's cell was large. A hospital bed in the center, medical equipment lining the walls, screens displaying vital signs, IV drips, oxygen feeds. The man on the bed was diminished. All for One, Hisashi Midoriya looked old. For the first time in Izuku's life, his father looked old. The mask was off. The scarred, eyeless face was exposed. The body under the hospital gown was thin, damaged. The wounds from Kamino were bandaged but still seeping. His stolen quirks were healing him, but slowly, too slowly. He was awake. He turned his blind face toward the door and the massive, burning figure standing in the wreckage of it. "Hello, Izuku," All for One said. His voice was quiet, tired. The voice of a very old man who had been running for a very long time and knew, with the certainty that comes from centuries of reading rooms and reading people, that he had finally been caught. Izuku stepped into the cell. The door crashed to the floor behind him. "I told you I was coming," Izuku said. "You did." All for One shifted on the bed, tried to sit up, managed half of it before his body objected, and he settled back. "You've been quite thorough. My network, my operations, my weapons, my soldiers, all gone. You've done more damage in 6 months than the hero system managed in a century." "I'm not the hero system." "No, you're not." All for One's ruined face tilted. If he'd had eyes, they would have been studying his son with an expression somewhere between pride and terror. "You're something I never accounted for. A variable I didn't predict. In 200 years, I've never been surprised. You surprised me. Stop talking. Let me finish, please." The word "please" came out strange from that mouth, like a language he'd learned but never practiced. "I want you to know something before you do what you came to do." Izuku said nothing. His chains hung still, his hellfire burned steady. "Your mother was real," All for One said. "My love for her was real. The only real thing in 200 years of manipulation and conquest and power games. She was the only thing that ever made me feel like something other than what I am. You killed me in front of her. I did. You broke her. I tried. She didn't break. A ghost of something. Admiration, maybe, or the memory of a love he'd destroyed crossed the ruined face. She was always stronger than me, in the ways that mattered." Izuku's fists clenched, the necroplasm crackled around his fingers. "Is that supposed to make me forgive you?" "No." All for One shook his head slowly. "Nothing can do that. I know what I am. I've known for 200 years. A monster. The kind that wears human faces and plays human games and convinces himself that the pretending is enough." He was quiet for a moment. "You're a monster too now, aren't you?" Izuku stood over his father's bed and looked down at the ruin of the man who had made him and unmade him. He felt the necroplasm surging, felt the hellfire screaming, felt the suit snarling and the chains itching and the divine energy he'd stolen from 6 angels buzzing in his bones. He felt the rage, the bottomless, century-deep, soul-burning rage that had kept him fighting through hell and back. The rage that had driven him through every villain operation, every battle, every step of the long hunt that had led him here. And underneath the rage, buried so deep he almost couldn't feel it anymore, he felt the grief. The boy's grief. The grief of a son who had loved his father and been murdered for it. He reached down, his hand closed around All for One's throat. He lifted the most dangerous man in history off the hospital bed with one hand. The IV lines tore free. The monitors flatlined. The medical equipment sparked and died. All for One dangled. His thin hands wrapped around Izuku's wrist. His stolen quirks activated, weakly, desperately. But there was nothing left. The tank was empty. The well was dry, 200 years of accumulated power, and it wasn't enough to break the grip of the thing his son had become. "You call me a monster?" Izuku said. His voice was quiet, the kind that lives from complete destruction. "Fine. Then I'll be the monster that hunts monsters." He squeezed, All For One's body seized. His throat collapsed under the grip of a hand that had punched through angels and crushed demons and torn Nomus apart. His stolen quirks fired one last time, a feeble, scattered burst of power that Izuku's suit absorbed without acknowledgement. The light in All For One's body dimmed. Izuku pulled. The soul came out. It was massive, a swollen, bloated thing, distended with 200 years of stolen power and stolen lives. It writhed in Izuku's grip, fighting, resisting, trying to claw its way back to the body it had inhabited for so long. Izuku held it. He looked at it for a long time. He thought about absorbing it, about taking All For One's power. Every stolen quirk, every accumulated ability, 2 centuries of collected might, and adding it to his own. It would make him unstoppable, truly unstoppable. The most powerful being on the planet, maybe the most powerful being in existence. He held the soul in his hand and felt it thrashing. Then he burned it. Green hellfire. The soul-burning fire, the fire that destroyed essence, erupted from his palm and consumed All For One's soul. The bloated, writhing thing screamed as it burned. 200 years of stolen power, 200 years of stolen lives, 200 years of cruelty and manipulation and murder. Burning. Ceasing to exist, destroyed. The stolen quirks burned with it. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Every power All For One had ever taken, every life he had ever ruined. Released. Freed. Gone. The soul burned down to nothing. Izuku opened his hand. Empty. He dropped All For One's body back onto the hospital bed. The body was a husk, empty, soulless, meaningless. Just meat and bone and scar tissue already cooling. Izuku stood in the cell and breathed. The rage was gone, not suppressed, not buried. Gone. The century-deep fire that had driven him through hell and back had burned itself out with his father's soul. In its place was something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Quiet. He stood in the quiet for a long time. Then he turned and walked out of the cell, through the corridor, up through the levels of Tartarus, past the broken security systems and the unconscious guards and the cells full of the worst villains in history, up through the earth, through the waterfall, and out into the night. The ocean roared. The stars were out. The wind smelled like salt. Izuku stood on the cliff and looked at the sky. The mission was done. His mother was safe. The man who had killed him was dead. The deal was fulfilled. Malebolgia would come to collect. Sooner or later, the Demon Lord would open a gate and drag Izuku's soul back to the 8th circle for eternity. He should have been afraid. He wasn't. He thought about Eri, about whether she was sleeping, about whether she still had the cape, about whether she was safe and warm and loved. He thought about his mother, about yellow curtains and sunflowers and a baby with green eyes. He thought about Aizawa on a rooftop, looking at him with eyes that saw too much. About All Might in his true form, holding a sleeping child and promising safety. About students in a ruined building, staring at him with wide eyes and open mouths. He thought about the world he was leaving behind, a world with problems and heroes and villains and children who needed protecting and shadows that needed someone to walk through them. And he thought about Malebolgia's deal. His soul, in exchange for resurrection and one mission. The mission was done, but the deal, he realized, had a loophole. The deal was his soul in exchange for resurrection and one mission: protect his mother. He had been resurrected. His mother was protected. All For One was dead. But the deal didn't say anything about going back to hell. Malebolgia had said his soul would return to the 8th circle. He had not specified when. He had not specified how. He had not set a timer or a trigger or a deadline. The Demon Lord had made a deal with a boy who had been too desperate to read the fine print. But Izuku wasn't a kid anymore. He was old. He was better. He was a creature of both hell and heaven who had spent centuries learning the rules of a game that had been playing since before the universe was born. And he knew, with the certainty that came from fighting in the war between divinity and damnation, that deals with demons were only as binding as the words used to make them. Malebolgia wanted his soul. Malebolgia would come for his soul. And when he did, Izuku would be ready. Because Izuku Midoriya was done being a weapon for other people's wars. He was done being a tool of hell, done being a target of heaven, done being a pawn in a game that had been running since the first second of creation. He was the hellspawn. He was the green-eyed thing. He was the monster that hunted monsters in the shadow that protected the light, and he wasn't finished yet. He looked at the city in the distance. Musutafu's lights twinkled on the horizon like earthbound stars. Somewhere in that city, Eri was sleeping. Somewhere his mother was safe. Somewhere, the next threat was already forming, already growing, already reaching for the things he cared about. He pulled his cape around his shoulders, he stepped off the cliff, he fell down toward the ocean, and then his cape caught the wind and he flew, low, fast. A red and black streak across the dark water, heading for the lights, heading for the city, heading for whatever came next. The night swallowed him, but the night had never felt safer. Somewhere in Musutafu, Eri woke up from a nightmare. She was in All Might's apartment, in a small bed with All Might's blankets and a stuffed rabbit that the thin blonde man had bought her. The nightmare had been about hands and needles and a white room. She reached for the blanket that hummed, the one the scary man had given her. It was warm, even though no one was heating it. It was soft, even though she had seen it cut through walls. She pulled it around herself. The blanket purred. Eri closed her eyes. She went back to sleep, and somewhere out over the ocean, heading home, the hellspawn smiled. The smile lasted 6 seconds. Then the suit's sensors screamed. Izuku banked hard over the black water, his cape catching salt air and snapping like a war flag, and he felt it, a tremor in the spiritual fabric of Japan. Deep. Tectonic. The kind of vibration that didn't come from an earthquake or a quirk or anything with a pulse. It came from below. From the crawl space beneath reality where the dead things lived and the old agreements held the world together like stitching on a wound, something had shifted, something connected to the hollow space where All for One's soul used to be. He changed course, west, toward the mainland, toward the lights, toward the war he didn't know had already started. The Paranormal Liberation Front launched its final offensive because evil didn't care about dramatic timing. They hit 6 cities simultaneously. Deku, Jaku, Kamino, again because the League had a fetish for places where they'd already lost. Musutafu, Osaka, Fukuoka. Coordinated strikes using everything they had left, sleeper cells that had been embedded in civilian populations for months, Nomu factories that had been running in secret since before the USJ, and a devotion to chaos that came from people who genuinely believed the world deserved to burn. The heroes responded. They were ready, mostly. The intelligence community had been tracking PLF movements since the USJ, and Hawks had been feeding information from inside the organization for weeks, his golden feathers carrying whispered warnings to agencies across the country. Evacuation orders went out. Hero teams deployed. The defense grids activated, but the PLF had one card left. One weapon they had been building in the dark, pouring every resource, every scientist, every stolen piece of All for One's research into a single desperate gamble. Shigaraki Tamura. The plan was simple in the way that insane plans always are. Take the empty vessel that All for One's quirk had partially occupied, the inherited power, the stolen legacy, the accumulated might of 2 centuries of villainy, and complete the transfer. Finish what the old man had started. Transform Shigaraki from a damaged, rage-fueled weapon into something that could challenge the hellspawn directly. Garaki's lab was underground, deep. The kind of deep that required specialized drilling equipment and a complete disregard for building codes. Shigaraki floated in a tank of stabilizing fluid, his body partially reconstructed, prosthetic arms replacing the ones Izuku had torn off at the USJ, grafted with the same bioengineering that had produced the Nomus. His face was gaunt behind the breathing apparatus. His red eyes were open. He had been awake for the entire process, by choice, because Shigaraki Tomura did not trust unconsciousness. Unconsciousness was where the hands came and the nightmares lived and nobody saved you. The scientists initiated the final transfer at 4:22 a.m. All for One's quirk surged through the machinery, through the tubes, through the fluid, into Shigaraki's body. It was supposed to be a flood, a rushing torrent of stolen power that would rewrite him at the cellular level and make him something beyond human. The quirk fired, and nothing came out. The machinery screamed. Warning lights blanketed the lab in red. The scientists scrambled at their consoles, running diagnostics, checking connections, recalibrating transfer protocols that had been tested 1,000 times on simulations and animal subjects. Everything was working. The quirk factor was active. The power was present. They could measure it, quantify it, see it on their screens in cascading waves of data, but it was empty. A shell. A husk. A gun with no bullet, just like the stories always said about things built on foundations that someone else had already burned. All for One's quirk existed as a weapon. It could fire, it could activate, it could reach for the stolen powers that should have been contained within it. But the soul that had given those powers substance, the 200-year-old essence that had been the engine driving every stolen quirk, that was gone. Burned to nothing in a Tartarus cell by green hellfire and a sun's rage, the quirk hit Shigaraki's body and found nothing to deliver. Shigaraki felt it. He felt the emptiness. The yawning, screaming void where power should have been. His body had been rebuilt to accept a flood, and instead it received a vacuum. His cells reached for the strength they'd been promised and found a hole. His nervous system fired for enhancements that didn't exist. His quirk factor expanded and expanded and expanded into nothing. His body began to tear. The tank shattered. Stabilizing fluid sprayed across the lab. Shigaraki hit the floor on his knees, his prosthetic arms sparking, his chest heaving. Black energy, the residual signature of All for One's empty quirk, leaked from his eyes, his mouth, his pores. It wasn't power. It was the absence of power, weaponized. His body was trying to hold a shape that had been built for a load it would never carry. His skin cracked. Black veins spread across his torso like fractures in ice. The decay quirk in his fingers activated involuntarily, and the floor beneath his hands disintegrated in expanding circles. The scientists ran. The lab began to collapse. Shigaraki screamed. It was a different kind of scream than the one at the USJ. That had been pain, animal, immediate, the sound of a body being violated. This was something worse. This was the sound of a man realizing that everything he'd been promised, everything he'd endured, everything he'd sacrificed and destroyed and become, was based on something that had already been taken from him before he ever got the chance to hold it. The scream carried through the underground base, through the tunnels, through the earth. PLF soldiers heard it and flinched. Nomus in their holding cells stirred. Gigantomachia, miles away, mid-rampage through a city whose name he couldn't spell, paused for 1 second and turned his massive head toward the sound. Then the base collapsed. The heroes didn't understand what was happening at first. They were busy. Across Japan, pro-heroes were fighting the kind of war that Hero Society had always feared but never truly prepared for. A coordinated, nationwide assault by an enemy that didn't care about survival and didn't care about rules. In Jaku, the hospital where Garaki's lab was hidden buckled and sank into the earth. The heroes on scene, Mirko, Crust, and the support teams that had been assigned to that location, scrambled to evacuate patients and staff while the building folded in on itself like a dying animal. In Musutafu, Gigantomachia carved a path through the city center. The giant was everything his name suggested, a mountain of muscle and devotion that ran on pure fanaticism and the simple, unshakable belief that his master's will was the only thing worth serving. He was 50 feet tall. His quirk suite included density manipulation, pain suppression, and a healing factor that let him shrug off the kind of damage that would have killed a Nomu. He picked up a bus and threw it at Kamui Woods. He punched through a building to reach Mount Lady. He roared and the windows for 6 blocks shattered. The Nomu factories activated, dozens of them. Lower quality than the USJ models, Garaki had been stretched thin and his best work had been destroyed at the USJ and the Hasaikai. But quantity had a quality all its own. They poured from hidden locations across the country like ants from kicked hills, and the heroes fought them on every front. People died. That was the part the hero system always tried to minimize, always tried to spin, always tried to bury under the triumphant narratives and the victory poses and the merchandise deals. But people died. A hero in Osaka, Ragdoll, who had lost her quirk and returned to the field as a coordinator, was caught in a building collapse and didn't make it out. 3 sidekicks in Fukuoka died holding a line against a Nomu swarm while civilians evacuated behind them. In Musutafu, 12 people who didn't make it to the shelters in time were killed when Gigantomachia's rampage brought down an apartment complex. All Might stood in the UA Emergency Command Center in his true form, thin, skeletal, useless, and watched the reports come in on screens that multiplied the horror with each refresh. His hands shook, his sunken eyes were wet. He was the symbol of peace, and his peace was burning. Where is he? All Might whispered. Nobody asked who he meant. Gigantomachia hit Musutafu's commercial district like a freight train made of muscle and bad intentions. Endeavor was there. The number one hero, the man who had inherited All Might's title and never quite filled it, stood in the giant's path with his flames burning white hot. He hit Gigantomachia with a prominence burn that turned the air to glass. The giant stumbled, staggered, kept coming. Endeavor hit him again. The flames carved trenches in Gigantomachia's hide. Flesh blackened and peeled. The giant's healing factor kicked in, and the flesh regrew as fast as it burned. "This is not working," Endeavor said through gritted teeth, which was for him an admission of weakness equivalent to falling on his face. Behind him, the students of UA had been deployed as support. They shouldn't have been there. They were first years, most of them, barely months into their training. But the war didn't care about readiness, and bodies were needed. Todoroki Shoto stood beside his father, and for the first time in his life, did not hate the man for what he was. He was too busy being terrified of the thing in front of them. His ice erupted, a glacier that wrapped around Gigantomachia's legs and climbed his torso. The giant flexed. The glacier cracked. Todoroki reinforced it. The giant flexed harder. Bakugo hit the giant's face with an AP shot that would kill most Nomus. Gigantomachia blinked. "Oh, come on," Bakugo screamed. The sky above Musutafu went dark. Not cloudy, not overcast. Dark. A specific, targeted, localized darkness that settled over a single city block like a lid being placed on a pot. The temperature plummeted. The streetlights died. The only light left was Endeavor's flames and the faint, sick luminescence of Gigantomachia's eyes. Then the green fire. 2 points of it burning in the darkness above. Up on the edge of a building, 70 stories above the street. Eyes that looked down at the chaos the way a man looks at a mess someone else made in his house. Izuku dropped. He fell 70 stories in less than 2 seconds and hit the ground in front of Gigantomachia with an impact that cratered the asphalt and sent shockwaves running through the street in visible rings. The concrete erupted around his feet. Car alarms went off. The heroes staggered back from the sheer displacement of air. Izuku stood in the crater and looked up at Gigantomachia. The giant looked down at him. It was an interesting moment. Gigantomachia had served All for One for decades. His devotion was absolute. His loyalty was genetic, wired into his quirk-enhanced brain at a level that superseded reasoning and self-preservation. He existed to serve his master. His master was dead. The thing standing in front of him had killed his master. He knew it. Every enhanced cell in his body knew it. The necroplasmic signature radiating from the hellspawn was laced with the residual energy of All for One's burned soul, and Gigantomachia's senses, attuned to his master's presence with the fidelity of a compass to north, could read it like a signature on a death certificate. Gigantomachia roared. The sound was grief and rage and confusion, and it hit Izuku like a wall of sound that would have liquefied a normal person's internal organs. Izuku walked forward. The giant swung. A fist the size of a car, backed by a quirk suite designed for killing entire hero teams, thrown with the desperate strength of a creature that had just lost the only thing it cared about. Izuku caught it. One hand. His feet drove into the asphalt. The ground beneath him fractured in a star pattern that extended 30 meters in every direction. His arm didn't buckle. His body didn't shift. He caught the punch the way someone catches a ball thrown by a child, with effort that was real but manageable. Gigantomachia stared. Izuku looked at the fist in his hand. He looked up at the giant, 50 feet of raw, screaming devotion, pouring every ounce of strength it had into a grip that could crush diamond. "He's dead," Izuku said. His voice carried, clear, flat, the voice of a man delivering news, not issuing a threat. "All for One is dead. I burned his soul. There's nothing left to serve." Gigantomachia screamed again. He pulled his fist back, or tried to. Izuku held it. The giant thrashed. His other hand came around, sweeping at a blow that would have flattened everything in its arc. Izuku hit him in the knee. The sound was catastrophic, bone and quirk-enhanced cartilage shattering under a strike that contained necroplasmic force, absorbed shock absorption, and the raw physical strength of a body that had been fighting since before Japanese civilization produced its first written word. Gigantamachia's leg buckled. The giant dropped to one knee. Izuku hit him again, in the chest. The ribcage compressed inward. Gigantamachia's breath left him in a spray of blood and saliva that painted the street red, a third hit. To the jaw. The giant's head snapped sideways, his eyes rolled. His remaining leg gave way. The fourth hit was unnecessary. Gigantomachia was already falling. But Izuku threw it anyway. A downward strike to the crown of the giant's skull that drove his face into the street with enough force to create a seismic event that registered on instruments across the prefecture. Gigantomachia lay in the crater of his own impact, 50 feet of broken devotion, his eyes glazed, his body twitching, his healing factor trying to fix damage that it had never been designed to process. 4 hits. The city block was quiet. Then Bakugo said, "What the actual fuck?" Izuku didn't respond. He was already moving. The remaining Nomus were scattered across Musutafu in clusters, packs of brain-dead, quirk-loaded weapons that had been given simple directives. Destroy, kill, occupy. They were dangerous to heroes. They were obstacles to civilians. They were nothing to a hellspawn who had already consumed 2 of their superior models and understood their construction the way an architect understands a building's blueprints. Izuku moved through the city like weather. His chains extended ahead of him, dozens of meters, snaking around corners, punching through walls, wrapping around Nomu throats and dragging them out of whatever fight they'd been winning. His Hellfire cleared entire streets, wide arcs of green flame that burned the soul-level modifications right out of the Nomu's bodies and left empty husks that collapsed under their own weight. Each one he touched, he absorbed. Each absorption was a heartbeat of power. The quirks folding into his necroplasm, the biological data adding to his suit's already staggering adaptive library. He was faster now. The angels he'd absorbed in Kamino had given him speed that existed outside normal physics, not movement through space, but something closer to displacement, as though the distance between 2 points shortened when he decided to cross it. 11 Nomus in Musutafu. 7 minutes. He left them in piles for the heroes to process and moved on. News helicopters tracked him. Or tried to. The footage was chaotic, shaky. Green fire and red cape and the sound of impacts that rattled the camera from 3 blocks away. The anchors stopped trying to narrate. They just let the cameras run. The country watched. At the underground base in Jaku, or what was left of it, Izuku found the ruins of Garaki's lab. The building had sunk into a crater. Emergency crews were pulling survivors from the rubble. Mirko was there, one arm hanging limp, her rabbit ears drooping, kicking debris clear with her good legs, and snarling at anyone who told her to rest. She saw Izuku land at the edge of the crater and didn't flinch. Of everyone in the hero community, Mirko was the least surprised by the existence of a hellspawn. She had always believed, with the uncomplicated certainty of a woman who punched things for a living, that the universe contained exactly as much violence as it needed. The big bad down there is dying, she told Izuku, jerking her head toward the collapsed underground. Whatever they were doing to him, it went sideways. He's leaking some kind of black energy, and anybody who gets close starts feeling sick. Izuku looked at the hole. He felt it. The residual signature of All for One's and quirk, radiating from the wreckage like heat from an open oven. And beneath it, faint, failing but still burning, the spite-fueled life force of Shigaraki Tomura, refusing to die because dying was the one thing Tomura Shigaraki had never learned to do quietly. Izuku dropped into the hole. He fell through layers of collapsed concrete and twisted rebar and shattered medical equipment, his suit deflecting debris, his chains clearing a path ahead of him. The air grew thick with the smell of formaldehyde and ozone and something else, something organic and wrong, like a body rejecting itself. He found Shigaraki at the bottom. The room had been a lab once. Now it was a tomb. The ceiling sagged, the walls wept moisture. Emergency lighting cast everything in red. Shigaraki was on his knees in the center of it, and he was a ruin. His prosthetic arms had failed, torn loose from their moorings by the internal convulsions that were ripping his body apart. They lay on the floor beside him, twitching, the servos still firing. His torso was split along the black veins that had spread during the failed transfer. Through the cracks, Izuku could see the same black energy, the hollow ghost of All for One's quirk, pulsing and fading like a dying star. His face was a mask of agony. His red eyes were cracked with veins. His hair had gone white, he was half transformed and half destroyed. A monument to a plan that had been dead before it started. He heard Izuku's chains. He looked up. He laughed. It was a terrible sound, wet and broken and completely, devastatingly sincere. Shigaraki Tamura, kneeling in the wreckage of every dream he'd ever been handed, looked at the hellspawn walking toward him and laughed, because what else was there? What else was left? There you are. Shigaraki said through bloody teeth, "Come to finish it." Izuku stopped 2 feet from him. He looked down at the ruin of the man who had been groomed to be All for One's successor and had never had a chance to be anything else. "What happened to you?" Izuku asked. The question was simple, flat, delivered without accusation or pity. Shigaraki grinned. The grin split his cracked lip and blood ran down his chin. The power was supposed to, he said it would. He coughed. Black fluid hit the floor. The bastard lied. Even dead, he lied. The quirk is there, I can feel it, but there's nothing inside. It's like trying to drink from a cup with no bottom. Izuku crouched. He was level with Shigaraki now, eye to eye. The same position he'd been in at the USJ, except now the gap between them was measured in something other than power. Shigaraki's body was failing. The black energy was eating him from the inside. He had minutes, maybe less. "Tell me where Malebolgia's gate is," Izuku said, his voice a quiet rasp, "and I'll make it quick." Shigaraki, to his credit, laughed harder. The laugh turned into a cough, and the cough turned into a convulsion that shook his entire frame. More black energy leaked from the cracks in his body. His eyes were starting to glaze. "Gate," Shigaraki wheezed. "You think I know about your cosmic bullshit? I don't even know what a Malebolgia is. I was just trying to destroy everything. That's all I ever wanted. Just tear it all down. Make them feel what I..." He stopped. His red eyes went distant. "He promised me a world," Shigaraki whispered. "All for one. He promised me everything would burn and I would be the one holding the match. And I believed him. I believed him because nobody ever promised me anything." Izuku said nothing. He reached into Shigaraki. His hand passed through the cracked torso, gently for him, and found the thread. The connection. The faint burning line of dark energy that linked the mortal plane to the underworld. It wasn't Shigaraki's, it was woven into the infrastructure of the quirk itself, a backdoor that Malebolgia had seeded into the world's corruption millennia ago. A thread that connected every act of stolen power to the eighth circle like an umbilical cord. Izuku grabbed it. He pulled, and the thread resisted. It was thick, old, woven into the fabric of reality at a depth that predated quirks, predated human civilization, predated the concept of mortal sin. Malebolgia had planted this connection in the world's foundations, and pulling it was like pulling a root from stone. Izuku pulled harder. The thread came loose. It trailed from Shigaraki's body into the air, glowing faint red, and Izuku followed it with his senses, tracing its path down through layers of reality, through the space between planes, through the membrane that separated the living world from everything below. He found the gate. The knowledge settled into his mind like a key fitting a lock. He knew where it was. He knew how to open it, and he knew that opening it would announce his presence to everything on the other side. He let the thread go. He looked at Shigaraki. The villain was fading. The black energy had consumed most of his torso. His body was collapsing inward. His red eyes were dimming. "For what it's worth," Izuku said, and the words came from a place deeper than the necroplasm, deeper than the Hellfire, from the boy who had once kept a notebook full of hero analyses and believed everyone deserved a chance. "You never had a shot. He was using you before you were born." Shigaraki's eyes focused for one last second. Clear. Present. Something that might have been gratitude and might have been rage flickered in those cracked red irises. "Burn it all," Shigaraki said. Then the empty quirk consumed him. The body crumbled, flesh and bone and prosthetic disintegrating into black dust that dissolved into the air. The hollow shell of All for One's stolen power hung in the space where he'd been for a fraction of a second, and Izuku reached out and took it. It wasn't much. a framework without content. The biological mechanism for quirk theft and accumulation, stripped of every stolen power, every absorbed ability, every piece of the 200-year collection that Izuku had burned in Tartarus. An empty gun, a dry well, but the mechanism itself was his now, the ability to take, the ability to absorb, and layered over his necroplasm, which already did this naturally, which had been doing this since his resurrection. It made the process faster, smoother, more complete. Izuku absorbed the decayed remnant of All for One's legacy and felt it fold into his power base like a tool being added to a workbench. He stood up. He walked out of the tomb. The war ended in under 3 hours. Across Japan, the remaining PLF forces collapsed, without leadership, without Nomus, without Gigantomachia, without the ultimate weapon they'd been promised. The cells in Deku surrendered when the heroes surrounded them. The cells in Osaka fought until Izuku arrived and stopped fighting immediately. The cells in Fukuoka ran. They didn't get far. Dabi was the last lieutenant standing. He was in Kamino, always Kamino, standing in the ruins of the same entertainment district that had been rebuilt after Izuku's fight with All for One, burning it down again with blue flames that ate through concrete and steel with equal disinterest. Izuku's chains found him from 3 blocks away. 6 chains launched simultaneously, wrapping around his arms, his legs, his torso. Dabi burned against them. His blue flames hit the necroplasmic metal and accomplished exactly as much as they had accomplished on the night they'd first met, which was nothing. Easy, lighter fluid, Izuku said, dropping from a rooftop and landing 10 feet from the bound villain. We had a deal. Dabi grinned, his staples stretched, his scars pulled. Deal was information for entertainment. I gave you the location. I wanted to watch. Didn't say I wouldn't burn some shit while I waited. Izuku looked at the flames still licking at the buildings around them. Toga? Somewhere in the rubble. She's got 3 faces and none of them are hers. Good luck finding her. Izuku's Hellfire swept the area in a controlled wave. The green fire washed over the debris and the bodies in the chaos, and where it passed, it stripped away illusions. Quirk disguises, thermal camouflage, every trick that the remaining PLF operatives had been using to hide. Toga Himiko popped out from behind a dumpster wearing the face of a middle-aged woman who was probably very confused right now. She looked at the green fire washing toward her and shrieked, "No fair! That's cheating!" Izuku's chains collected her. He dropped Dabi and Toga and 11 other PLF operatives in the middle of the street, wrapped in chains, gift-wrapped for whichever hero team arrived first. Dabi looked up at him from the pavement. Those blue eyes were still burning. "Worth it," Dabi said. Izuku left him there. The heroes stood in the rubble in the silence and tried to process what they had just watched. The war, the big one, the apocalyptic scenario that the Hero Commission had been dreading for years, the nightmare that had filled classified briefings and emergency protocols and late-night anxiety in every hero agency in Japan, was over. And it was over because one entity had walked into the middle of it and dismantled it with the efficiency of a man clearing a table after dinner. The cleanup would take months. The trauma would take longer. The rebuilding, both physical and psychological, would consume resources that the country didn't know it had. But the war was over. Aizawa found Izuku at 5:47 a.m., standing on a rooftop above the cleanup zone in Musutafu. The underground hero was running on fumes. His arm was in a sling, his capture weapon was shredded, and he had a bandage over his left eye that was soaked through with blood from a cut he hadn't had time to get properly treated. He climbed the fire escape without saying anything. He walked across the rooftop without saying anything. He stood beside Izuku and looked out at the city. The fires being put out, the ambulances running, the heroes moving through the wreckage with the grim determination of people doing their jobs because the alternative was falling apart. And he didn't say anything. They stood there for a long time. The sun was starting to come up. The eastern horizon was shifting from black to gray to the faintest suggestion of orange. The city looked broken in the new light, but it looked standing. Aizawa didn't break the silence. Neither did Izuku. They just stood there and let the city breathe. All Might found Izuku an hour later. The thin man had left the command center. He had walked through the streets of Musutafu in his true form, skeletal, gaunt, coughing blood into a handkerchief because he needed to see it with his own eyes. The damage, The survivors, the reality of a war that had been fought and won while he stood behind screens and watched. He found the hellspawn on a different rooftop, higher, overlooking the harbor. The sun was fully up now, painting the water gold. Izuku heard him coming, the wheeze, the shuffle, the thin footsteps of a man who used to shake the earth with every stride. "You should be resting," Izuku said without turning around. "So should you." "I don't rest." Toshinori walked to the edge of the rooftop and stood beside the massive figure that dwarfed him by 4 feet and a dimension of reality. He looked at the harbor, the water, the morning light playing on the waves. "I've been trying to ask you something," Toshinori said. "Since the USJ, since before. I've been trying to find the right words, and I don't have them, so I'm just going to ask." Izuku waited. "What are you?" The question hung in the morning air. The harbor lapped at the docks below. Somewhere in the city, a siren wailed and went quiet. Izuku was silent for so long that Toshinori thought he wouldn't answer. Then, "I was a soldier. I followed orders. I killed people who didn't deserve to die. And when it was my turn to die, I made a deal. I just didn't read the fine print." Toshinori absorbed that. He let it sit. He turned it over in his mind the way he had turned over every piece of information about the hellspawn since the first night it had appeared. Carefully, thoroughly, with the respect owed to something that defied every category he knew. "Are you going to be all right?" he asked. Izuku looked at the sky. The morning was clear. No clouds, no angels, no portals, just blue. "I've died before," Izuku said. "It didn't take." He stepped off the rooftop and fell into the shadow between 2 buildings and was gone before Toshinori could say anything else. The old hero stood on the rooftop for a while. Then he went home to check on Eri. 3 days passed. 3 days of cleanup and mourning and the slow, grinding process of a society picking itself up and figuring out how to keep going. Funerals were held. Reports were filed. Press conferences were given by heroes who looked like they hadn't slept since the war started. Because they hadn't. The world is focused on rebuilding, on the future. On the question of what hero society looked like after the Paranormal Liberation Front and the League of Villains and All for One, and every shadow organization that had ever lurked beneath the surface had been ripped out and burned. Izuku was focused on something else. He sat on the cliff above the ocean, the same cliff from the night he'd killed All for One, the same cliff where he'd looked at the stars and felt something close to peace. And he thought about what was coming. Malebolgia would come. The deal was fulfilled. The mission was complete. His mother was safe. The threat was neutralized. Every condition of the bargain had been met. And the demon lord of the 8th Circle was not the kind of entity that let debts go uncollected. Izuku felt the thread. The connection to the underworld that ran through his body like a second spine. The leash that Malebolgia had woven into every hellspawn he'd ever created. The recall mechanism that ensured his weapons always came home. It was humming, vibrating, growing louder with each passing hour he was being called. The smart play was to run, to use his power, his absurd, accumulated, multi-spectrum power, to sever the connection and disappear into the mortal world and live as a free agent forever. But Izuku had learned something about running during his centuries in hell. Running worked until it didn't, and the things that chased you always caught up. He didn't choose this life, but he would finish it on his terms. He stood up. He looked at the ocean one last time. Then he turned toward the city. He had goodbyes to make. He didn't call them goodbyes. He never would. He passed through Musutafu in the small hours of the morning. The suit cloaked him, shadow over shadow, invisible to everything except the things that already knew he was there. He walked past his mother's house. Yellow curtains, sunflowers in the garden, taller now, leaning toward a sun that wasn't up yet. The mailbox that said Takahashi in cheerful blue letters. He didn't stop. He didn't look in the windows. He'd made that promise to himself. Never look, never linger, never risk being seen. She was safe. She was happy. She had a husband who cooked and a baby who laughed, and a life that had grown over the wound like bark over a scar. That was enough. He passed the rooftop where Aizawa had first confronted him. The air conditioning unit still had the dents from the chains. Nobody had repaired them. Izuku wondered if Aizawa had told them not to. He passed the alley where he'd saved water hose. The wall had been repaired, but the scorch marks were still visible on the pavement if you knew where to look. Somewhere in the city, Koda, the boy with the stubborn jaw and his mother's eyes, was asleep in a bed that his surviving parent had bought with money from the Hero Casualty Fund. His mother had lived. She'd lost the use of her left arm. She'd never gone back to hero work. She was a teacher now, elementary school. She taught kids about safety and kindness, and she never once told them that the scariest thing she'd ever seen had also been the thing that saved her life. Izuku moved through the city like a memory, a ghost with a grudge that had softened over time into something that felt less like rage and more like responsibility. He stopped at All Might's building. He didn't go inside. He stood on the rooftop across the street and looked through the window. The same window he'd looked through when he first found his mother. The same enhanced vision, the same careful distance. The apartment was dark. Eri was asleep in her room. She was bigger now than the last time he'd seen her, growing fast the way kids did when they finally got enough food and enough sleep and enough safety to let their bodies do what bodies were supposed to do. Her white hair was spread across the pillow. Her horn had shrunk, a sign that her quirk was stabilizing, that the endless cycle of being torn apart and rebuilt was healing at a pace that matched her age. She was still wrapped in the cape. The piece of necroplasmic tissue he'd left with her, a fragment of his living suit, separated from the whole but still connected, still alive, still attuned to the child it had chosen to protect. It was draped over her like a blanket, and even in sleep, her small hand clutched a fold of it. The cape was purring. He could feel it. Through the connection, through the necroplasm, through whatever link existed between a hellish weapon and a sleeping child. The fragment was content. It had found its purpose. It protected a girl who had never asked for protection, but needed it more than anyone. Izuku stood on the rooftop and looked at the sleeping child in the purring cape and the quiet apartment and the thin man sleeping in the next room who had kept every promise he'd made. He didn't smile. He didn't need to. The feeling was there anyway, buried under necroplasm and hellfire and centuries of violence, deep enough to be safe, strong enough to matter. Then he left. On the third day after the final battle, the sky tore open above the Musutafu harbor. The silence came first. Heavy, absolute, the kind that made dogs whimper and children wake from sound sleep and old people reach for rosaries they hadn't touched in decades. Every sound in the city, traffic, voices, music, the endless hum of a modern metropolis stopped. Cut off, swallowed by a quiet so complete it felt physical. Then the air split. It started as a seam, a thin vertical line of absolute darkness that appeared 40 feet above the harbor water. The line widened, expanded, became a tear. And through the tear came something that the mortal world was never supposed to see. The atmosphere of the eighth circle of hell, leaking into reality like smoke from a wound. The smell was burning stone and old blood and the particular, indescribable scent of despair at industrial scale. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in 3 seconds. The harbor water churned. The darkness that poured from the tear had weight. It pressed down on the area like a hand, and the buildings nearest to the rift groaned under the pressure. The herald came through first. It was a demon lieutenant. One of Malebolgia's personal guard, a thing that had been assembled from the bones and souls of 10,000 dead warriors over the course of millennia. It was 20 feet tall. Its armor was bone, yellowed, ancient, fused to its body by necroplasmic energy that held the pieces together the way mortar holds bricks. Its weapons were older than language. A mace made from a compressed star fragment, a shield carved from the first stone that ever fell from heaven. It landed on the harbor dock with an impact that sank 3 boats and sent a wave crashing against the seawall. It straightened. It looked at the city with eyes that had been burning since before humans learned to use fire. It spoke. The voice shook glass across 6 city blocks. Windows cracked, car alarms triggered. Every hero within earshot felt it in their chests. A bass-deep vibration that carried words in a language that predated Japanese, predated every language, but was understood by every soul that heard it the way a dreamer understands the logic of nightmares. The deal is complete. The soul of Izuku Midoriya is owed to the 8th circle, by covenant and contract and the unbreakable word of damnation. Come willingly, hellspawn, or be collected. The city reacted, heroes mobilized, police cordons went up, evacuation sirens, the ones that had just stopped wailing 3 days ago, started again. The harbor district emptied of civilians with the practiced speed of a population that had recently survived an apocalypse and didn't need to be told twice. Endeavor arrived first, Hawk second, the remaining top 10 heroes within minutes. They looked at the tier in the sky and the bone-armored demon standing on the dock and tried to categorize it within their experience. They couldn't. This wasn't a villain. This wasn't a quirk. This was something else entirely. Something from outside the framework they understood. Something that operated on rules that had nothing to do with hero licenses and legal jurisdiction. Endeavor's flames ignited. Whatever this thing is, don't. Izuku walked out of the shadows behind them. The heroes turned. 8.5 feet of burning, chain-draped, cape-wearing hellspawn, standing on the harbor road with his hands at his sides and his green eyes steady. "This isn't your fight," Izuku said. "Like hell it isn't," Endeavor snapped. "That thing just threatened a Japanese citizen on Japanese soil." Izuku looked at him. There was something in the look, something tired and old and almost amused, that made Endeavor's flame stutter. "I appreciate the thought," Izuku said. "But if you try to fight what's on the other side of that hole, you'll die, all of you, in ways that don't end when your body stops moving." Hawks, perched on a rooftop, his wings spread, his golden eyes sharp, said, "It wasn't a question. Yeah." "Alone? That's how I work." Hawks looked at the tier, at the darkness pouring from it, at the bone-armored nightmare standing on the dock. "For what it's worth," Hawk said, and his voice was quieter than anyone had ever heard it, "thanks for everything." Izuku glanced at him, the smallest nod, almost invisible. Then he walked toward the dock. The herald saw him coming. It raised its mace, the compressed star fragment glowing with an inner heat that warped the air around it, and its voice boomed across the harbor. "Submit, Hellspawn. The Lord of the Eighth Circle commands." Izuku punched it. The fist connected with the herald's face at a velocity that exceeded the speed of sound 3 times over. The bone armor across its skull shattered. The necroplasmic energy holding its body together destabilized. The head separated from the neck with a crack that sounded like a building breaking in half. The head arced through the air, trailing dark energy and fragments of ancient bone, and splashed into the harbor. The body stood for 2 seconds. Teetered. Collapsed. Izuku shook his hand once and looked at the tier in the sky. "I'm not coming willingly," he said. His voice carried to the heroes behind him, to the cameras that were filming from their safe distance, to the darkness beyond the rift that was listening with 10 billion dead ears. "I'm not coming at all, but I'll tell you what, I'll come through." He jumped. The leap carried him 40 feet straight up, into the mouth of the tier. The darkness swallowed him. The harbor air rushed into the gap behind him. The tier pulsed once, contracting, expanding like a throat swallowing, and then Izuku was through, and the mortal world was behind him, and hell opened up below like a jaw. He fell. Down through the membrane between planes, down through the space where reality thinned and the rules that governed physics and matter and energy stopped applying. Down through layers of heat and pressure and spiritual corruption that would have dissolved an unprotected soul in microseconds. The suit shielded him. The necroplasm sang, and it was singing, a deep, vibrating hum that resonated through his bones because the necroplasm was coming home. It had been made here, forged here, poured into him in this very plane by the hands of the demon lord who sat on the throne he was coming to take. He hit the floor of the 8th circle like a comet. The impact cratered the landscape for 100 meters. Rock and compressed soul matter erupted outward in a ring. The air, if you could call the atmosphere of hell air, rippled with shockwaves that propagated across the blasted terrain. Izuku stood in the crater and looked at hell. It was exactly as he remembered, and it was completely different. The landscape was the same. Endless, blasted plains of dark rock stretching to horizons that bent wrong, lit by a sky that wasn't a sky but the underside of the 7th circle, pressing down like a ceiling made of suffering. The same pits, the same rivers of fire, the same distant screaming that formed a constant, unchanging background noise, like static on a radio tuned to agony. But the air was different. Charged. The entire 8th circle knew he was here. He could feel it. the attention of every demon, every damned soul, every ancient thing that lurked in the trenches and pits and fortresses of this place. All of it focused on the point of impact where a hellspawn had just dropped from the sky. Izuku straightened, his chains uncoiled, his cape spread behind him like a banner, his eyes burned. Green fire, bright, brighter than anything in hell, a color that didn't belong here and made the darkness around it flinch. "Heaven and hell both want me dead," he said. The words echoed across the blasted plain, carrying on air that didn't obey physics, reaching ears that existed miles away. That makes me feel right at home. The demon armies came. They rose from the landscape like the landscape itself was giving birth, erupting from pits and trenches and fortress gates, flowing across the dark rock in waves that darkened the already dark terrain. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. The standing army of the Eighth Circle, commanded by generals who had fought in the war between heaven and hell since the war's inception. They were beautiful in the way a tsunami is beautiful, terrible and vast and moving with the kind of inevitability that made resistance feel less like courage and more like geometry. A collision that was going to happen regardless of what stood in its way. Izuku watched them come. He cracked his neck. His suit snarled. His chains rattled. "All right," he said. He charged. The first wave hit him like hitting a wall of teeth and blades and screaming. Lesser demons, the foot soldiers of Hell's armies, creatures bred for violence and nothing else, with bodies that were all claw and jaw and corrosive intent. They swarmed him, hundreds at once. They bit and tore and burned, and they accomplished exactly as much as rain accomplishes against a mountainside. Izuku moved through them. His chains swept in wide arcs that cleared 20-meter swaths with each rotation. His hellfire burned paths through the ranks, corridors of green flame that consumed lesser demons on contact and left smoldering emptiness. His fists connected with bodies, and bodies ceased to be bodies. The shock absorption in his frame rendered their attacks meaningless. The regeneration healed the scratches that got through. He waded through the lesser demons the way a man wades through shallow water, with effort, with awareness, but without concern. The generals were different. Basilisk came first. The serpentine demon general erupted from a pit a quarter-mile ahead with a sound like a landslide. It was massive, 200 feet of scaled, coiled muscle, its body covered in obsidian scales that caught the dim light of Hell's sky and turned it into something darker. Its head was the size of a house, flat and broad, with eyes that reflected the accumulated malice of a being that had been feeding on damned souls since before the first human civilization raised its first temple. Its mouth opened. Venom sprayed, not liquid, something worse. A spiritual corrosive that dissolved souls on contact. The spray hit the ground in front of Izuku and the rock simply ceased to exist. The damned souls embedded in the compressed matter screamed once and were gone. Their essence unraveled by a compound that attacked the fundamental bond between a soul and its own identity. The venom hit Izuku's suit. The necroplasm hissed. Izuku let Basilisk bite him. The jaws closed around his torso. Obsidian fangs, each one longer than Izuku's arm, each one dripping with the same soul-dissolving venom, punched through his suit and into the necroplasmic armor beneath. Pain. Real pain. The kind that registered through shock absorption and regeneration both, because Basilisk's venom didn't work on physical matter, it worked on the thing underneath. Izuku felt his necroplasm corroding, felt the edges of his power dissolving, felt the venom reaching for the core of his being, the place where the boy's soul still burned, wrapped in layers of acquired power. He grabbed Basilisk's upper jaw. His hands closed around the obsidian-scaled bone and pulled upward, against the bite pressure of a creature that could crush mountains. His arms strained. His suit screamed. The necroplasm surged, pouring energy into his muscles. Basilisk's jaw opened. Izuku pulled it wider. The scales around the joint cracked. The tendons, thick, ancient, reinforced by millennia of feeding, tore. Basilisk shrieked, a sound that shook the landscape for miles, and tried to pull away. Izuku held on. He pulled harder. The jaw tore. Basilisk reared back, its lower jaw hanging loose, venom and dark blood pouring from the wound. Izuku was already moving, his chains launching from his suit in a coordinated burst, 6 of them, wrapping around the exposed throat beneath the shattered jaw. They constricted. The obsidian scales cracked under the pressure. The chains dug deeper. Basilisk thrashed. It coiled and whipped its massive body, smashing into the ground, into the rock formations, into the retreating ranks of its own army. Each impact shook the eighth circle. Lesser demons were crushed by the 100 beneath its writhing mass. Izuku rode the thrashing, his chains held, his boots dug into the serpent's hide, his hands found the cracks between the obsidian scales and pushed, necroplasm flowing into the wounds, burning, corroding, turning Basilisk's own armored hide against it from the inside. He dragged the demon general into the ground, pulled it down, forced its head, its massive, shattered, venom-leaking head into the rock of the eighth circle, and held it there while his chains constricted and his hellfire burned, and the necroplasm ate through the obsidian scales like acid through paper. Basilisk died slowly. Its soul, vast, ancient, tasting like venom and cold malice, came out fighting. Izuku consumed it. The absorption was massive, the largest single intake since the Nomus. He felt Basilisk's essence dissolve into his power base, and with it came the knowledge of soul corrosion, the instinct for constriction, the patience of a predator that waited centuries for a single meal. He grew. 1 inch. 2. His suit darkened. His chains gained a scaled texture that glinted obsidian in the hellish light. 1 down. The demon armies had stopped advancing. They stood at the edges of the battlefield, a ring of 10,000 nightmares watching the thing that had just killed their first general, and hesitated. Izuku looked at them. "Next," he said. Carnarvon answered. The berserker demon came from the left flank, fast, impossibly fast for something its size. It was 15 feet tall, broad, built from the corpses and souls of dead warriors that had been compressed and fused into a single entity over the course of ages. 6 arms, each one ending in a hand that gripped a weapon forged from frozen lightning. Blades and maces and axes that crackled with contained electrical energy so dense it warped the space around them. Carnarvon didn't announce itself, didn't posture. It hit Izuku at full speed, all 6 weapons swinging simultaneously, and the impact was nuclear. Izuku blocked. His chains intercepted 3 of the weapons. His arms caught 2 more. The 6th, a frozen lightning axe that hummed with enough energy to split a mountain, got through. It hit his shoulder. It cut through the suit, it cut through the necroplasm, it hit something underneath and sparked. Izuku felt it. Real damage. The frozen lightning was something new. A weapon forged from the energy of divine storms that had been captured and compressed by Hell's artificers into something that existed halfway between physical and spiritual. It bypassed his defenses because it occupied a category his defenses weren't built for. He cataloged the information in the time it took Carnarvon to pull the axe back for another swing. Carnarvon hit like a cavalry charge. All 6 arms working in perfect, devastating coordination, high, low, flanking, thrusting, sweeping. Each weapon left trails of frozen lightning in the air. Each impact was a detonation. The ground beneath them cratered with every exchange, then cratered deeper, then simply broke apart entirely. And they were fighting on an island of rapidly shrinking rock surrounded by a void that led to places below hell. Izuku matched the berserker blow for blow. His chains intercepted. His fists connected. His hellfire burned against the frozen lightning, and the 2 energies met in explosions that flung debris for hundreds of meters. It was a slugfest. Pure, honest, brutal violence between 2 things that had been built for war and nothing else. Carnarvon was good. Better than anything Izuku had fought in the mortal world. Its 6 arms gave it angles that a 2-armed opponent couldn't cover. Its weapons struck from directions that defied prediction. Its body, forged from dead warriors, carried the combat instincts of every soldier that had been compressed into its frame. But Izuku had centuries of his own. He had fought in the war between heaven and hell. He had killed things worse than Carnarvon before breakfast. And he had something the berserker didn't, the ability to learn, adapt, and integrate in real time. The suit remembered every hit. The necroplasm analyzed every weapon. The all-for-one mechanism, the empty framework of quirk absorption, reached for the frozen lightning with every contact, pulling data, pulling patterns, pulling understanding. By the 30th exchange, Izuku had the rhythm. By the 50th, he had the counters. By the 70th, he threw his chains. All of them. Every chain his suit could produce. Dozens of them. Launched simultaneously, each one targeting a different arm, a different weapon, a different angle. The chains wrapped around Carnarvon's 6 arms in the same instant, pulling them apart, pulling them wide, pulling them in opposite directions with a force that made the berserker's compressed body groan. Carnarvon roared. It pulled back. Its warrior strength strained against the chains. Izuku pulled harder. The arms came off, all 6, simultaneously, torn from the berserker's torso in a spray of dark energy and compressed soul matter and frozen lightning that discharged in wild arcs across the battlefield. Carnarvon's weapons clattered to the ground. The berserker stumbled, armless, its warrior instincts screaming for weapons that were no longer there. Izuku stepped forward and put his fist through its chest. The warrior essence came out in a flood. Not one soul, but thousands, the compressed remnants of every dead soldier that had been used to build Carnarvon's body. Izuku absorbed them all. The combat knowledge flowed into him like a library being downloaded. Fighting styles, weapon techniques, tactical patterns, the instinctive understanding of violence that came from 1,000 lifetimes of war. He was faster now. His movements gained an upgrade that hadn't been there before. Every dodge cleaner, every strike more deadly, every counter arriving a fraction of a second earlier. 2 down. The demon armies broke. It wasn't a retreat, it was a rout. The lesser demons, the ones who had been watching their generals fall like trees in a storm, turned and ran. They scattered across the 8th circle in every direction, abandoning positions and formations and orders, driven by the primal understanding that the thing standing in the middle of the battlefield was eating everything it killed and growing stronger with each meal. Izuku let them run. He had bigger targets. The Pale Throne found him. It didn't appear. It was simply there. A presence in the air around him. A thickening of the necroplasmic atmosphere, a weight that settled on his shoulders and seeped into the cracks in his suit. The Pale Throne had no body. It was pure necroplasmic energy, a construct that Malebolgia had created as a control mechanism, a failsafe designed to reclaim any hellspawn who went rogue. It tried to consume him. The energy pushed into Izuku from every direction, through his suit, through his chains, through the necroplasm that made up his body. It was the same energy that powered him, the same substance that had been poured into his soul during his creation. It was trying to reabsorb him, to pull him back into the raw necroplasm from which he'd been built, to dissolve the individual, the person, the identity, the Izuku, and return the power to the pool. It was the most dangerous thing he'd faced. The demon generals had been physical threats. This was something else entirely. This was an attempt to erase him at the level of existence, Izuku laughed. The sound surprised him. It was real. A short, rough, genuine laugh that came from a place he didn't expect. He laughed because the Pale Throne was trying to eat him, and the absurdity of it hit him in the middle of a fight scene like a joke he hadn't seen coming. "I've got 9 circles of hell in me," Izuku said, and his voice rang through the energy construct like a bell in a cavern. "You picked the wrong day." He stopped resisting. The Pale Throne surged, eager, hungry, interpreting the lack of resistance as surrender. It poured into him. More energy, more necroplasm, more raw, undifferentiated power. Izuku ate it. He opened every pathway in his body, every necroplasmic channel, every absorption route, every mechanism that the suit and the all-for-one framework and his own evolved biology had developed over months of consuming power. And he ate the Pale Throne alive. The energy construct realized what was happening too late. It tried to withdraw. Izuku's necroplasm held it. His chains wrapped around strands of dark energy and pulled them in. His Hellfire burned the construct's edges, preventing escape. The all-for-one mechanism pulled and pulled and pulled, and the Pale Throne collapsed inward. Its vast, diffuse energy condensing, compressing, funneling into Izuku's body like water into a drain. The absorption took 30 seconds. When it was done, Izuku stood in the sudden quiet and felt the Pale Throne dissolve into his power base. The construct was gone, fully consumed, and with it came the knowledge, the understanding of what the Pale Throne was. Malebolgia's failsafe, the recall mechanism, the key that controlled every hellspawn the Demon Lord had ever created. Izuku held the key. He understood it. He could feel its purpose. It was meant to be used against him, to drag him back to the throne room, to dissolve his identity, to reclaim the necroplasm that Malebolgia considered his property. But keys worked both ways. He filed the knowledge and kept moving. Arachnis the Weaver was the last general between him and the throne room. She inhabited a fortress of threads, a vast, web-like structure that stretched across a canyon in the Eighth Circle's interior, made from strands of dark energy that connected every dead soul in the circle to each other and to the Weaver herself. She was Hell's spy mistress. Her 100 eyes saw everything. Her threads felt every vibration, every movement, every thought that passed through the domain she oversaw. She knew Izuku was coming long before he arrived. She had watched him kill Basilisk through the eyes of lesser demons. She had felt Carnarvon fall through the vibrations in her web. She had observed the Pale Throne's absorption with the detached fascination of an intelligence operative watching a weapon system being turned against its creators. She was afraid. This was notable because Arachnis the Weaver had not been afraid since before the first human civilization developed written language. She was ancient, powerful, and entrenched in her web with the confidence of a spider that had spent millennia building a trap that nothing had ever escaped. But the thing walking toward her fortress had eaten every trap so far. Izuku reached the canyon and looked at the web. It was massive, spanning a gap that was at least a mile wide, thick with interlocking strands that glowed faintly with the energy of connected souls. Every strand was a sensor. Every node was an eye. The entire structure was a surveillance system and a weapon and a fortress all in one. Arachnis spoke from the center of the web. Her voice was 100 voices, each one from a different eye, a different node, a different point in the vast network she controlled. I know what you are, hellspawn. I have watched you from the moment you arrived. I have seen your power. I have analyzed your absorptions. I know what you carry and what you lack. What do I lack? Izuku asked. Patience. You are rushing toward the throne with the urgency of a mortal. You have consumed my colleagues like a child eating candy, without stopping to consider what you're building toward. Malebolgia is not a general. He is not a construct. He is the Eighth Circle. He is the throne and the floor and the sky. Fighting him here is fighting the ground you stand on. Thanks for the briefing. You won't listen. I always listen. I just don't always care. He stepped onto the web, the threads activated instantly. Thousands of them, wrapping around his legs, his arms, his torso. Each thread was a binding, a connection between Izuku's necroplasm and the vast network of dead souls that powered Arachnis's web. They tried to hold him. They tried to bind him. They tried to tap into his power the way Arachnis tapped into every soul in her domain. Izuku touched the nearest thread. He absorbed it. The thread dissolved into his necroplasm. The soul energy it contained, the connective tissue that linked it to the web, flowed into him, and with it came the connection. The link. The awareness of every other thread in the web. He walked forward and touched another thread. Absorbed it. And another. And another. He walked through Arachnis's web, eating it alive, thread by thread, node by node. Every step he took absorbed another connection, another strand, another piece of the vast surveillance network. The web thinned around him. The structure sagged, eyes went dark, nodes went silent. Arachnis felt it. The horror of watching her web, her life's work, her 1,000 millennia masterpiece, being consumed strand by a creature that treated it like a buffet. She attacked. Every remaining thread in the web converged on Izuku. A tidal wave of dark energy strands, each one carrying the binding force of 1,000,000 dead souls. They hit him from every direction. They wrapped around him so thickly that he was invisible beneath the mass of threads. Inside the cocoon, Izuku absorbed them all. The web collapsed. The entire structure, a mile-wide network of intelligence and power that had been running since before human civilization, fell into the canyon in a cascade of dissolving threads and dying connections. Arachnis fell with it, her 100 eyes going dark one by one as the strands that connected them dissolved. Izuku walked through the falling web and found her at the center. She was smaller than he expected, not physically imposing, not armored, not built for direct combat. She was a spy master, a watcher, a creature of information and connection, not violence. He took her sight, all 100 eyes of it. The absorption was gentle, for him. The eyes dissolved into his perception, and suddenly Izuku could see everything in the Eighth Circle simultaneously. Every corner, every pit, every fortress, every soul. The landscape of hell opened up before him like a map being unrolled. And at the center of it, at the seat of power, at the heart of the domain, he saw the throne. He saw Malebolgia. 4 generals, 4 absorptions, 4 levels of escalation that had transformed him from a powerful hellspawn into something that the 8th Circle had never produced before. He carried Basilisk's venom knowledge, Carnarvon's warrior essence, the Pale Throne's fail-safe key, and Arachnus' omniscient sight, combined with everything he'd brought from the mortal world. The quirks, the angel cores, the necroplasm, the divine light. He was approaching a threshold that the universe hadn't designed a category for. The demon armies were gone, scattered. The ones that hadn't run were hiding. The word had spread faster than fire through the 8th Circle. The hellspawn was eating everything. The hellspawn was coming for the throne. The hellspawn. The hellspawn was not stopping. Izuku walked across the empty landscape of the 8th Circle toward the throne room. His chains rattled behind him like a funeral march. His cape billowed in air that didn't move. His eyes burned green, bright enough now to cast shadows, bright enough to make the darkness of hell flinch. Hell made me a weapon, he thought. I chose to aim myself. He reached the gates. Malebolgia's throne room was not a room. It was a country. The gates opened onto a space so vast that the horizon was visible inside it, a cavern carved from the bedrock of the 8th Circle, lit by rivers of necroplasmic lava that ran through channels in the floor like veins in a body. The ceiling was so high it disappeared into darkness. The walls were lined with the compressed bodies of dead civilizations, the raw material that Malebolgia used to build his throne, his fortress, his domain. The throne itself was a mountain, carved from the compressed souls of 10 billion dead, the accumulated suffering of every damned being that had passed through the 8th Circle since its creation. The throne rose from the center of the cavern like a monument to scale. It was larger than any building Izuku had ever seen on Earth. Its surface crawled with the faces of the dead, mouths open, eyes empty, features frozen in expressions of eternal agony, and on the throne sat Malebolgia. The demon lord was patient, ancient. The oldest thing in the 8th Circle, he was simply large, incomprehensibly large. His body filled the throne the way a king fills a chair, naturally, completely, as though the throne had been built around him rather than for him. His skin was dark, not black, but the color of space between stars. His eyes were the oldest things in the room, and the room contained things that predated the formation of the solar system. He was watching Izuku with an expression that, on a human face, would have been called amusement. "There you are," Malebolgia said. His voice resonated through dimensions. It shook the floor of the throne room, for it moved the necroplasmic lava in its channels. It vibrated in Izuku's chest in a way that had nothing to do with sound and everything to do with authority. "You came here to challenge me," Malebolgia continued. A statement delivered with the tone of something that had been predicting outcomes since before prediction was a concept. "You burned my generals, you ate my armies, you walked into my throne room through my own gate, and you came here to challenge me." The boy I picked from the gutter, the child who wept over his mother. "I'm not a child anymore," Izuku said. "No," Malebolgia agreed. "You're not." Then he stood up. The mountain moved. Malebolgia rising from his throne was an event that restructured the geometry of the 8th Circle. The floor cracked. The ceiling shifted. The walls, miles away, buckled outward to accommodate the displacement of air caused by a being the size of a geographical feature getting to its feet. The rivers of necroplasmic lava surged and overflowed their channels. He was enormous. Not large. Enormous. His head brushed the cavern ceiling, which was half a mile above the floor. His hands, each one the size of a city block, hung at his sides, fingers twitching with contained energy that Izuku could feel from across the throne room. Malebolgia looked down at Izuku. Izuku looked up at Malebolgia. The size difference was laughable. Izuku was 8.5 feet tall. Malebolgia was the height of a skyscraper. He was a mouse looking up at a mountain and deciding to fight. "Hell made me a weapon," Izuku said. His voice carried across the throne room, steady, clear, refusing to be small in the face of something that dwarfed everything he had ever encountered. "I chose to aim myself." Malebolgia smiled. The smile showed teeth the size of houses and communicated the particular kind of warmth that a furnace communicates. Genuine, terrifying, and absolutely willing to consume whatever came close. "Good," Malebolgia said. "Show me what my weapon learned." He swung, his hand came down like the sky falling. A palm strike aimed at the floor of the throne room, at the small, burning figure standing in the middle of it. The displacement of air alone generated a wind that blew Izuku's cape horizontal. The shadow of the descending hand covered him like an eclipse. Izuku jumped. He launched himself upward, straight up into the path of the descending hand, his fist leading. Every ounce of power in his body, necroplasm, hellfire, shock absorption, regeneration, warrior essence, divine energy, the accumulated strength of everything he had ever consumed, concentrated into a single point. His fist met Malebolgia's palm. The impact rewrote the throne room. The floor cratered outward in a ring that extended to the walls. The rivers of necroplasmic lava erupted from their channels and sprayed upward like geysers. The compressed souls in the walls screamed. A billion voices activated simultaneously by the shockwave. The ceiling cracked. The throne itself shifted on its foundation. Malebolgia's hand stopped. Izuku hovered in the air, suspended by the force of his own impact, his fist pressed against the Demon Lord's palm, his chains bracing him, his cape spread behind him like wings. Malebolgia looked at his hand, a crack, small, running across his palm from the point of impact. Dark blood, necroplasmic blood, older than the concept of blood, seeped from the crack. The Demon Lord's eyes widened. "Interesting," Malebolgia said. He swung his other hand. The backhand caught Izuku mid-hover and sent him across the throne room like a bullet. He hit the far wall, half a mile away, and punched through the compressed soul surface and into the rock beneath. The impact buried him 30 feet deep. Pain. Massive, comprehensive pain. The kind that registered through every defense he had. Malebolgia's physical strikes carried the weight of the Eighth Circle itself, the concentrated mass of a domain that had been accumulating suffering since before human history. Izuku pulled himself from the wall. His suit was damaged. The necroplasm was cracked along his torso, leaking green light. His chains were bent. His cape was torn. Regeneration kicked in, fast, aggressive, and the damage began to heal. Malebolgia was already moving. The Demon Lord crossed the throne room in 2 steps, each one an earthquake, and brought his fist down where Izuku had been standing. Izuku dodged. Barely. The fist cratered the wall and the shockwave threw him sideways. He hit the floor, rolled, launched himself upward. His chains extended, reaching for Malebolgia's arm, wrapping around the wrist, trying to find purchase on a body the size of a building. The chains held. Izuku climbed. He scaled Malebolgia's arm like a man climbing a cliff face, his boots digging into the Demon Lord's skin, his chains anchoring him against the thrashing. Malebolgia tried to shake him off. He swatted at his own arm with his free hand. Izuku dodged the slaps, each one devastating enough to kill a lesser Demon Lord, and kept climbing. He reached the shoulder, the neck. He grabbed the Demon Lord's ear, an ear the size of a car, and pulled himself up until he was level with Malebolgia's face. He drove his fist into the Demon Lord's eye. Hellfire erupted from the impact. Green fire, the soul-burning kind, the kind that didn't go out until Izuku told it to, flooded Malebolgia's eye socket and burned inward. The Demon Lord screamed. The scream shook the foundations of the Eighth Circle. The floor buckled. The walls bent. The ceiling, half a mile above, rained chunks of compressed soul matter, the size of buildings. The rivers of necroplasmic lava reversed direction. Every demon remaining in the Eighth Circle heard the sound and knew, with the instinctive certainty of prey animals, that something fundamental had changed. Malebolgia grabbed Izuku off his face and threw him. The throw was deliberate. Aimed. It sent Izuku through the throne room ceiling, through half a mile of compressed rock and soul matter, and out into the open landscape of the Eighth Circle above. He arced across the sky like a meteor and landed 3 miles away, creating a new crater in the blasted terrain. He stood up. Malebolgia followed. The Demon Lord came through the ceiling of his own throne room, tearing through the rock like a man breaking through a paper screen, and rose into the sky of the Eighth Circle. He was mountain-sized against the low, pressing ceiling of the Seventh Circle above. His damaged eye leaked necroplasmic blood and green fire. His other eye burned with something that had gone past amusement into something older and hotter. He reached down. His hand closed around a mountain, an actual mountain, a geological feature of the Eighth Circle, made from compressed rock and dead matter and the bones of things that had died before mountains existed on Earth. He tore it from the ground. The roots of the mountain ripped free with a sound like the world breaking. He lifted it overhead. He threw it at Izuku, a mountain, thrown like a stone. The shadow of it covered the landscape for half a mile. Izuku planted his feet. He raised both hands. The mountain hit him. The impact was beyond description, beyond scale. The compressed mass of a geographical feature driven into a single point by the full strength of the Eighth Circle's Lord. The ground beneath Izuku shattered. The terrain for a mile in every direction liquefied. The air itself compressed into something solid. Izuku caught it. His knees bent. His arms shook. His suit screamed. The necroplasm in his body fired every pathway simultaneously. Shock absorption, eating the kinetic energy, regeneration, healing the structural damage, warrior essence from Carnarvon distributing the load across every muscle fiber. His chains drove into the ground beneath him, anchoring him, preventing the mountain from driving him into the bedrock. He held the mountain. His arms were shaking. His suit was cracking. Green light bled from every seam in his body. He held it. Then he threw it back. The mountain arced across the landscape and hit Malebolgia in the chest. The Demon Lord staggered. Actually staggered, for the first time in the fight, and the sight of it sent a ripple through the spiritual fabric of the Eighth Circle. The floor of hell felt its lord stagger, and the floor shuddered in sympathy. Izuku launched himself upward. He hit Malebolgia in the face, the same spot, the same burning eye, with a flying strike that drove his entire body into the point of impact. Hellfire and divine light erupted simultaneously. The green-gold combination he'd been carrying since Kamino, the impossible merger of demonic and heavenly energy that had no precedent in the history of either realm. Malebolgia grabbed him, both hands, crushing grip. The pressure was immense, the kind that compresses carbon into diamond, that turns gas into liquid, that takes things apart at the molecular level through pure mechanical force. Izuku burned in the grip. His suit was being crushed. His chains were being bent. His bones, the compressed dark energy skeleton that had replaced his human frame, were cracking. He did not stop fighting. He burned Malebolgia's hands with hellfire. He bit through the Demon Lord's fingers with the suit's teeth. He drove his chains through the gaps in Malebolgia's grip and into the flesh beneath. He used the overhaul quirk, the molecular deconstruction he'd taken from Chisaki, to disassemble the skin beneath his palms at the atomic level. Malebolgia screamed again, shorter this time. More frustrated than pained, he slammed Izuku into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. Each impact deepened the crater. Each impact drove Izuku further into the bedrock. The 4th time, Izuku caught himself. His chains drove into the walls of the crater. His cape spread, catching air. He hung in the crater like a spider in a well, battered and bleeding necroplasmic light and radiating a combination of hellfire and divine energy that was turning the air around him into something that didn't exist in any physics textbook. He remembered the Pale Throne, the construct he'd absorbed. Malebolgia's failsafe, the key that controlled every hellspawn in the Eighth Circle. He'd been using it wrong. He'd treated it like more power, another layer of strength added to an already overwhelming arsenal. But it wasn't power, it was a key, and he had been carrying it this entire fight without turning it. Malebolgia's hand reached into the crater. 5 fingers, each one the size of a tree trunk, closing around the space where Izuku hung. Izuku turned the key. He pushed the failsafe energy outward, through his chains, through his hellfire, through every point of contact between his body and Malebolgia's. The necroplasm, the same necroplasm that had created the Pale Throne, the same substance that ran through Malebolgia's body like blood, carried the signal. The signal was simple. Come apart. It was the recall. The mechanism Malebolgia had designed to dissolve a rogue hellspawn into raw necroplasm. Izuku was using it in reverse, pushing the dissolution signal through the Demon Lord's own body, using the Creator's tool against the Creator. Malebolgia felt it. His hand, the one reaching into the crater, spasmed. The fingers twitched. The necroplasm in his body received the signal and obeyed because it had been designed to obey, designed by Malebolgia himself, with absolute authority hard-coded into every molecule. The Demon Lord screamed. For the first time in his existence, truly screamed. The sound was beyond sound, a vibration that resonated through every plane of existence simultaneously. In heaven, angels paused their eternal war. On earth, in Musutafu, Aizawa felt the ground shake beneath his feet and looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. In the other circles of hell, demon lords on their own thrones felt something they had never felt before. The recognition that their brother, the oldest, the strongest, the Lord of the Eighth, was in pain. Malebolgia tore at himself. His hands clawed at his own body, trying to dig out the fail-safe energy that was eating him from within. Necroplasm dissolved and reformed and dissolved again in cascading waves of destruction. His body flickered. The mountain-sized form destabilizing, shrinking, expanding, unable to maintain coherence. Izuku climbed out of the crater. He launched his chains. Every chain he had. Dozens of them. They drove into Malebolgia's destabilizing body, through the gaps in the dissolving necroplasm, through the cracks in the ancient hide, through the wounds that Izuku's Hellfire had already opened. They sank deep. They anchored. They held Malebolgia thrashed, even dissolving, even burning, even being torn apart from the inside by his own fail-safe. The Demon Lord was strong enough to level the landscape with his convulsions. The terrain of the Eighth Circle reformed with each impact. New craters, new canyons, new mountains of displaced matter. Izuku held on. His chains pulled. His Hellfire burned. His necroplasm pushed the failsafe signal deeper, wider, harder. The divine energy he'd stolen from the Seraphim combined with the Hellfire in his body and created something new. A light that burned on both sides of the cosmic divide simultaneously. A flame that attacked both the demonic and the spiritual foundations of Malebolgia's existence. Malebolgia's body crumbled. Sections of the mountain-sized form broke off and dissolved into raw necroplasm that rained down on the landscape like dark snow. His left arm collapsed. His torso cracked, his face, that ancient, patient, amused face, contorted into something unrecognizable. Izuku reached his chest. He drove his hand through the crumbling necroplasm, through the mountain of power that made up the Demon Lord's body, and reached deep. Past the armor, past the shell, past the millennia of accumulated strength, he found the heart. It was the size of a house, burning black, pulsing with the concentrated essence of 10 billion consumed souls. Every being that had ever passed through the Eighth Circle, every soul that had been compressed into the throne, every scrap of suffering that Malebolgia had fed on since the beginning of damnation. Izuku closed his hand around it. Malebolgia's one remaining eye, the one Izuku hadn't burned, focused on the hellspawn clinging to his chest. The eye was old. Older than old. And in it, for the first time in the Demon Lord's existence, there was something that looked like surprise. "You," Malebolgia said. His voice was broken. Fragmented. The resonance was gone. "You were supposed to be a weapon." "I know," Izuku said. He pulled. The heart came out of Malebolgia's chest with a sound that resonated through all 9 circles simultaneously. A wet, tearing sound. The sound of something that had existed since the foundations of damnation being separated from the structure it had anchored. The soul of Malebolgia, the actual soul of the Demon Lord of the Eighth Circle, sat in Izuku's hand. It was massive, thrashing, screaming in a language older than sin. It was everything the Demon Lord had been, patient, ancient, incomprehensibly powerful, the ruler of a domain that had processed more suffering than the mortal world could imagine. Izuku looked at it for a long time. Then he absorbed it. The soul dissolved into him. The power was tidal. It hit Izuku's body in a wave that nearly broke his mind. 10 billion consumed souls, the accumulated authority of the Eighth Circle's Lord, the necroplasmic energy of a being that had been the foundation of Hell's power structure since the beginning. It flooded every channel in his body. It overflowed every capacity. It burned through his suit and his chains and his cape and his bones. Izuku's body rebuilt itself around the new power. He grew. His frame expanded. His suit evolved. The necroplasm incorporating Malebolgia's essence into its structure, the chains gaining a weight and a resonance that they hadn't had before, the cape spreading wider, darker, with edges that glowed with an inner light that had nothing to do with Hellfire. His eyes changed. The green fire brightened until it was blinding, a light that illuminated the entire throne room, that pushed back the darkness of the Eighth Circle, that made the compressed souls in the walls turn their faces toward it like flowers turning toward the sun. The entire Eighth Circle shook. Every demon remaining in the domain felt it. The moment their lord ceased to exist as a separate being and became part of something else. The throne cracked. The throne room settled. The sky of the Eighth Circle, which had been oppressive darkness since the beginning of time, turned green. Izuku stood on the broken throne. The Eighth Circle went quiet. He looked at the vast, silent space around him. The empty throne. The cracked floor. The green sky. The absence of the thing that had ruled this place since before human memory. "Hell has me," he said. To no one. To everyone. To the silence that had replaced the screaming. Not the other way around. The words echoed through the Eighth Circle and beyond. Through the walls of the other circles, through the membranes between planes, through the space that separated damnation from everything else. He stood there for a long moment, breathing, processing, letting the new power settle into his body the way water settles into a new container. Then he felt it. From above, from beyond, from the place that existed at the opposite end of existence from where he stood. Light. Heaven noticed. The response was immediate and total. The entity that administered heaven, the presence, the divine authority, the consciousness at the center of creation that had been running the cosmic war since before the first star ignited, recognized what had happened in the Eighth Circle. A mortal soul, bonded with demonic power, had consumed the lord of a major hell domain. The balance, the careful, ancient equilibrium between good and evil that kept the universe working, had shifted. The presence could not allow it. The Seraphim warlords descended through the layers of hell like judgment falling from the highest shelf. 3 of them. The heavy hitters, not the patrol-class Seraphim that Izuku had fought in Kamino. Those had been enforcers, soldiers, the angelic equivalent of riot police. These were generals, the beings that led Heaven's armies in the Eternal War. Each one carried enough divine energy to level a circle of hell. They came through the green sky of the Eighth Circle like holes being punched in a painting. Uriah was first, the general of Heaven's vanguard, massive, white wings that spread 200 feet in each direction, feathered with light that left after images on the soul. Armor of living divinity, not metal, not cloth, but condensed celestial will that shifted and flowed across his form like water made of starlight. His sword was a length of compressed divine authority, the literal, physical manifestation of Heaven's mandate to destroy, shaped into a blade that bypassed physical matter and struck at the soul directly. Uriah looked at Izuku on the broken throne, and his expression was cold. Beautiful and cold, the way winter is cold. Impersonal, absolute, and completely indifferent to what it froze. "Abomination," Uriah said. His voice resonated through the Eighth Circle the way Malebolgia's had, with the weight of authority, of position, of a being that considered its words to be law. The twins followed, Sail and Raelith. Identical in form, tall, lean, wings of silver light, armor that mirrored each other perfectly. They fought as a single entity divided into 2 bodies. When one attacked, the other was already defending the counter. When one advanced, the other was already flanking. They had been fighting the war in hell for longer than most demon lords had been alive, and they had never lost a synchronized engagement. 3 Seraphim warlords, in hell, in Izuku's domain. Izuku stepped down from the broken throne. Uriah charged. The divine sword swept in an arc that split the air of the Eighth Circle for a mile. The blade left a trail of white light, searing, absolute, that burned through the green-tinted atmosphere like a laser through smoke. It was fast, faster than any physical movement should have allowed. The sword moved at the speed of divine will, which was the speed of thought, which was instantaneous. Izuku met the blade with his chains, 6 chains, braided together, hardened by Malebolgia's necroplasm and scaled by Basilisk's absorption and strengthened by Carnarvon's warrior essence. They caught the divine blade in a crossguard that sent shockwaves radiating through the Eighth Circle. The chains burned. Divine energy ate into the necroplasmic metal. The conflict between holy and hellish sizzled at the point of contact, a reaction that shouldn't have been possible, that violated the separation between the realms, that existed only because Izuku's chains carried both energies simultaneously. Uriah pressed. The sword pushed through the chain guard, inch by inch. His wings beat, generating thrust, driving his body forward, putting the full weight of Heaven's mandate behind the blade. Izuku held. He held because that was what he did. Because holding was the fundamental act that defined him. The boy who held his hand out when he died. The soul that held its ground in hell. The hellspawn who held against everything that the universe threw at him. He held until his chains found their grip. Then he pushed back. The chains unbraided. 6 separate strands, each one wrapping around a different section of Uriah's sword. They constricted. The divine blade, the physical manifestation of heaven's mandate, groaned under the necroplasmic pressure. Uriah's eyes widened. Izuku burned the sword. Hellfire and divine light, his own absorbed divine energy, turned against the blade, erupted from the chains simultaneously. The sword, caught between 2 sources of divine authority, Uriah's and Izuku's stolen portion, destabilized. The compressed divine will that formed its structure lost coherence. The sword shattered. Fragments of pure white energy scattered across the 8th circle like stars falling. Uriah staggered, his primary weapon gone, his wings faltering. Izuku was inside his guard before the last fragment hit the ground. His fist connected with Uriah's breastplate. The armor of living divinity cracked. A second punch drove the crack deeper. A third shattered the plate entirely. Izuku's chains wrapped around Uriah's wings. Both of them, the massive 200-foot spans of divine light that were the general's pride and primary means of mobility. The chains constricted. The wings broke. Uriah screamed. A pure high note that was more expression of shock than pain, because a Seraphim warlord's wings had not been broken in combat since the first age of the war. He fell. Without wings, without his sword, without the armor that had protected him for eons, he fell to the floor of the 8th circle and landed in a heap of broken light. Izuku stood over him. The twins hit him from both sides simultaneously. Sail from the left, Rayleigh from the right. Their attacks were perfectly synchronized. Mirror images, identical force, identical timing. Divine spears of compressed light aimed at Izuku's head and heart, arriving at exactly the same moment from exactly opposite directions. A trap. If he dodged one, the other would hit. If he blocked one, the other would penetrate. The twins' fighting style was designed around this principle. The impossibility of defending against 2 simultaneous attacks from opposite angles. Izuku didn't dodge, didn't block. He threw his chains in both directions. The chains met the divine spears in mid-flight. 1 chain for Sail, 1 for Rayleigh, each one wrapping around the angel's weapon in the same motion, identical, mirrored, timed to the same fraction of a second. He pulled. The twins flew toward each other. They tried to break off, to adjust, to use their synchronization to adapt to the new angle. But Izuku's chains held them in trajectories that converged at a single point, the space directly in front of him. They collided. The impact was divine on divine. 2 Seraphim warlords hitting each other at full speed, their energies canceling and combining, and creating a detonation that blew out the remaining structure of the throne room. The explosion was white gold, beautiful, terrible, and it sent both angels tumbling across the broken floor in a tangle of silver wings and cracked armor. Izuku walked to where they lay. He absorbed all 3. Uriah first, then Sail, then Rayleigh one by one, his hands on their broken forms, the necroplasm reaching into their divine cores and pulling the essence free. Each absorption was a war in miniature, the divine energy resisting, fighting, trying to destroy the hellish host that was consuming it. And each time, the combination held. The divine energy merged with the demonic, the light merged with the dark. The opposing forces found their balance inside the body of a dead boy from Mustafu, who had decided, with the characteristic stubbornness of someone who had never learned when to quit, that both sides belonged to him. His eyes completed their transformation. The left burned green hellfire. The right burned white divinity. Side by side, both his. His cape shifted, half red, half white. The living necroplasm and the absorbed divine light coexisting in a single garment that moved with a purpose that transcended either source. His chains incorporated strands of divine metal, bright filaments running through the dark necroplasmic links, giving each chain an edge that cut on both the physical and spiritual level simultaneously. He was something new, something the universe had never produced, a body that held both heaven and hell, a walking paradox that defied the existence since the beginning of time. He looked up, the sky of the 8th circle. His sky, now, the ceiling of the domain he had claimed by conquest, was cracking. Light poured through the cracks. Not sunlight, not divine light from the seraphim. Something else. Something bigger. The presence was coming. It didn't descend. It didn't manifest. It simply began to be present. A pressure that built in the air of the eighth circle like water pressure builds at depth. The light that came through the cracks in the sky was absolute. The kind of light that didn't illuminate things. It ended them. It was the light that existed before the universe. The light that would exist after. It was the fundamental assertion of authority upon which all of creation was built. It spoke. The voice was every prayer ever whispered, every hymn ever sung, every cry for help and every word of gratitude, and every desperate midnight plea from every soul that had ever looked up and hoped something was listening. It was not loud. It was total. It filled the eighth circle the way water fills a cup, completely, without effort, with the quiet certainty of something that was simply larger than the space it occupied. This ends, hellspawn. Return the souls you have consumed. Step down from that throne. Return to what you were. Izuku looked up at the light. He felt it. The weight of the presence pressing down on him. On his body. On his soul. On the accumulated power that he had spent months and centuries and a lifetime building. The divine authority was reaching for him. Trying to rewrite him. Trying to reduce him back to the raw materials from which he'd been assembled. It was the heaviest thing he had ever felt. Heavier than Malebolgia's mountain. Heavier than the combined force of every angel and demon he'd ever fought. It was heavy in a way that had nothing to do with physical weight and everything to do with the fundamental insistence of the universe that he should not exist. He looked at the light. He looked at the cracks in the sky. He looked at the authority that had built the cosmos and set the rules and started the war and watched it burn for eons from its position at the center of everything. No, he said. One word. The presence came down. The fight was not physical. It was everything. It was the light pressing against his body and his body pressing back. It was divine will attempting to rewrite the laws of what could exist, and Izuku's will refusing to be rewritten. It was the fundamental assertion, you cannot be, meeting the fundamental response, I am. The necroplasm in his body screamed. The demonic half of his power, everything from Malebolgia, from the generals, from his original creation, caught fire under the divine pressure. The Hellfire sputtered. The chains heated to white. His suit cracked and reformed and cracked again. The divine half, absorbed from the seraphim, from the angels in Camino, from the three warlords he'd just consumed, was the only thing keeping him standing. It absorbed the presence's pressure the way a lightning rod absorbs a strike, channeling the divine force through his body, giving it a path, preventing it from simply erasing the demonic foundation it was pressing against. He used both halves. He burned heaven's light with hell's fire. Where the presence pushed divine authority against his demonic power, he pushed back with the absorbed divine energy from the seraphim, turning heaven's own force against itself, creating a feedback loop that confused the divine will and gave him space to breathe. He burned hell's darkness with heaven's light. Where the pressure of the presence destabilized his necroplasm, he reinforced it with divine energy, using the heavenly power as structural support for the hellish framework, building bridges between two forces that had been at war since before matter existed. The cosmic war, the one that had been running since the first second of creation, the war between good and evil. Izuku turned it into a weapon. He held both sides. He was the only being in existence that could. And by holding both, by forcing them to coexist inside his body, he created something that neither side alone could produce, a force that was greater than either heaven or hell because it contained them both. The presence pushed harder. Light filled the eighth circle. Every shadow burned away. Every corner was illuminated. The compressed souls in the walls of the throne room were laid bare. 10 billion faces, exposed to a light they hadn't seen since before their damnation. Some of them wept. Some of them screamed. Some of them smiled. Izuku pushed back. He didn't push with force. He pushed with existence, with the simple, stubborn, fundamental fact of being Izuku Midoriya. A boy who died reaching for his mother, a soul who fought through hell on pure refusal, a weapon who chose his own targets, a monster who protected children, a dead man who kept getting up. He pushed with everything he was. Not everything he had. What he had was power, and power was a tool, and tools could be broken. What he was: stubborn, angry, broken, kind, terrible, gentle, that could not be broken, that had been tested by hell and earth and heaven and had survived every test. The presence pressed against him, and he pressed back, and the space between them, the space where heaven met hell, where divine met damned, where the two oldest forces in existence collided, narrowed, compressed, became a point. Izuku drove his fist into that point. The impact reached Earth. In Musutafu, every hero standing in the post-war rubble looked up at the sky simultaneously. The stars flickered, the horizon went green-white for 3 seconds, windows rattled, dogs howled, children who were supposed to be sleeping sat up in their beds and looked toward the harbor with wide eyes. Aizawa watched the sky. "What is he doing?" someone asked. Aizawa stood on a rooftop overlooking the harbor, his capture weapon draped around his neck, his one good eye locked on the sky where the tear had been. The green-white light faded, the stars steadied. The night returned to its normal darkness. Aizawa said nothing. He already knew. In the space between hell and heaven, Izuku in the present stood at the center of everything. He was bleeding. Light from the right side, fire from the left. The two energies leaked from cracks in his body and mixed in the air around him, creating something that was neither hellfire nor divine light, but a combination that had no name because nothing had ever combined them before. The presence had changed. The absolute, impersonal authority had been replaced by something that felt more specific, more focused, more like a consciousness dealing with a problem it had not anticipated and was not equipped to solve. "You think you can own this?" the presence said. Its voice had lost the quality of totality. It was still vast, still overwhelming, but it was speaking to him now, not at him. A distinction that mattered. "You are a dead boy with stolen power. You are borrowed time and burned promises. You are nothing." Izuku looked at the light, at the cracks in the fabric of existence where hell and heaven met, at the empty space where both thrones stood waiting. "I am the thing that keeps you up at night," Izuku said. His eyes were burning, both of them, the green and the white, side by side. "I am the reason you fear what you created." He reached forward, his hand closed around the presence, the divine authority itself, the consciousness that had administered heaven's war, the power that had built the rules of the universe. He grabbed it the way he had grabbed every general, every demon, every warlord, every obstacle since the beginning. He absorbed it. The light went into him, all of it. Heaven's entire presence in this space, the divine authority, the cosmic will, the architecture of creation's management, flowing into the body of a hellspawn who had started as a dead boy in a living room and ended as the only being in existence that could hold both sides of the oldest war in the universe. The silence that followed was total. Absolute. Complete. The most thorough silence that had ever existed. The silence of a universe that had just watched both of its governing authorities absorbed by a single entity and was now waiting, collectively from every star to every atom, to see what happened next. Izuku stood in the space between heaven and hell. He held both sides, both completely. The hellfire and the divine light, the demonic and the celestial, the authority of damnation and the authority of creation. Inside him, they coexisted inside him, not in balance, because balance implied opposition, but in union. A single force that contained everything. He looked up. At the space where heaven had been pressing down, he looked down. At the space where hell had been pressing up, he looked at both empty thrones and he sat in both. The world did not end. That was the first surprise. Izuku did not burn the universe or rewrite reality or declare himself ruler of the living. He did not appear in every sky above every city demanding recognition. He did not build temples or armies or systems of worship. He did not replace the structures he had consumed with new ones that bore his name. He came home. He appeared in Musutafu at dawn. In the alley behind the shelter on 6th Street, where the homeless community gathered in the mornings to share coffee from thermoses and complaints about the weather. They called it Rat City, which was unfair to the rats, who at least had reliable housing. The community knew him. He had been passing through their territory for months, the scarred thing in the shadows who never bothered anyone, and occasionally left food on the shelter's back step in the small hours of the morning. They had theories about what he was. Some thought he was a villain. Some thought he was a ghost. Old Setsuko, 73 years old, 4 feet 11, owner of a shopping cart full of possessions and 3 coats that she wore simultaneously regardless of season, had decided he was a stray cat in human shape and treated him accordingly. She was there when he appeared, standing by the shelter door with her cart and her coats and a cup of instant coffee that she'd heated over a camping stove that violated 6 fire codes. She looked at him. 8.5 feet tall, eyes burning green and white, chains hanging from a suit that pulsed with energy that contained the combined authority of heaven and hell. Cape billowing behind him in a wind that didn't exist, she patted him on the arm. "You look tired," she said. Izuku laughed. It was a real laugh, short and rough and surprised out of him like something he'd forgotten he could do. It cracked through the dawn air and scattered the pigeons on the shelter roof. "I am tired," he said. "You eat something?" "Not recently." "Sit down. I've got rice balls." He sat. The ruler of heaven and hell, the consumer of demon lords and divine authority, the most powerful being in the history of existence, sat on a milk crate behind a homeless shelter and ate a rice ball given to him by a woman who weighed less than one of his chains. The rice ball was good. Setsuko sat on the crate beside him and drank her coffee and didn't ask any questions because Setsuko had lived long enough to know that some people needed to be fed before they needed to be interrogated. And the boy, she always thought of him as a boy, regardless of how many eyes he burned and how many chains he rattled, looked like he hadn't been fed in a long time. They sat together while the city woke up around them. He went to All Might's apartment. He stepped through the wall because doors had been optional since before the Hell Descent and hadn't gotten any more mandatory since. The wall closed behind him, the overhaul quirk reassembling the molecular structure without leaving a mark, and he stood in All Might's hallway at 7:12 a.m. Eri was at the kitchen table. She was bigger. 3 months of proper nutrition and sleep and safety, actual safety, the kind that didn't come with conditions or expiration dates, had given her body permission to grow. Her white hair was longer, hanging past her shoulders, clean and brushed. Her horn was smaller, barely visible beneath her bangs. She was wearing pajamas with a rabbit pattern and eating cereal with the focused determination of a 6-year-old who took breakfast seriously. The cape, his cape, the fragment of necroplasm he'd left with her, was draped over her shoulders like a shawl. It looked different than it had, softer. The edges that had once been sharp enough to cut through dimensions were rounded. The red was faded to something gentler. It had adapted to its host, become what she needed it to be, which was not a weapon but a blanket. She looked up. She saw him. Her eyes, red, wide, clear, took in the massive figure standing in the hallway. The chains, the burning eyes, the suit that pulsed with power that contained both sides of the cosmic divide. She put down her spoon. "You were gone for a long time," she said, very seriously. The way children deliver criticisms, without malice, without preamble, with the straightforward expectation that the adult will explain themselves. Izuku crossed the kitchen. His chains retracted, his suit smoothed. He pulled in as much of his presence as he could, trying to be small, trying to be something that didn't fill a room with the combined weight of damnation and creation. He sat down at the table, across from her. "I know," he said. "Did you win?" The question was simple. The answer was everything. Toshinori was standing in the kitchen doorway. The thin man held 2 cups of tea, one for himself, one that he'd been about to bring to Eri before the wall had opened, and something enormous had walked through it. His blue eyes were wide. His thin chest was rising and falling too fast. His hands wrapped around the cups, knuckles white, were shaking. He was looking at Izuku with an expression that was trying to be brave and was mostly managing confused. Izuku looked at the small girl with the cracked horn who had survived things that adults shouldn't survive. He looked at the thin man in the doorway who had kept every promise he'd made. "Yeah," Izuku said. "I won." Eri nodded. The nod was satisfied, complete. She had asked a question, received an answer, and was ready to move on. She picked up her spoon and went back to her cereal. The cape on her shoulders purred. Izuku sat at the kitchen table and watched her eat. The hellfire in his left eye dimmed to something warm. The divine light in his right softened. The chains hung still. The suit was quiet. Toshinori put the tea on the table. He sat down in the third chair. He didn't ask questions. He didn't make speeches. He sat with the monster and the child and the purring cape and drank his tea in the morning light that came through the kitchen window. It was enough. Aizawa found him at sunset, their rooftop. The same one from the first encounter, the one with the dented air conditioning unit and the scratches in the concrete from chains and capture weapons. Izuku was sitting on the ledge, his feet hanging over the edge, his cape pooled around him like a red and white puddle. Aizawa climbed the fire escape. He crossed the rooftop. He sat down beside Izuku without asking. They watched the sun go down. The city spread below them, rebuilt in places, still broken in others, scaffolding on the buildings that Gigantomachia had damaged, fresh concrete on the streets that the war had cratered, new glass in the windows that shockwaves had shattered, the signs of a world that had been hit and was getting back up, the way it always got back up, because that was what the world did. What happens now? Aizawa asked. Izuku looked at the city, at the streets filling with people heading home from work, at the heroes starting their evening patrols, new heroes, young ones, the generation that had survived the USJ and the war and the green fire in the sky, at the lights coming on in apartments and houses and shelters, one by one, like stars being lit. I protect this corner of the world, Izuku said, not because I was told to, because no one else will. Aizawa nodded. They sat on the rooftop until the city was fully awake with its nighttime energy. The sound of traffic and music and voices drifted up. Somewhere in the distance, a hero's siren wailed. Not an emergency, just a patrol, just the sound of someone doing their job. Aizawa looked at Izuku. At the massive figure sitting beside him, 8.5 feet of necroplasm and divine light and chains and hellfire, holding the authority of both heaven and hell inside a body that still carried the soul of a boy from Musutafu. "Are you a hero?" Aizawa asked. Izuku was quiet for a moment. "The only difference between me and the men I kill," he said, "is I know what I am." Aizawa considered that. He filed it alongside every other piece of information he had about the hellspawn. The green eyes, the spared life on the rooftop, the saved students at the USJ, the rescued child from the basement, the message carved in stone on All Might's doorstep. And he came to the same conclusion he'd been approaching for months. He didn't share it. Aizawa kept his conclusions to himself. That was how he'd survived this long. He stood up. He brushed off his pants. He looked at the sky, which was full of normal stars doing normal things, and he thought about how strange it was that the ruler of heaven and hell was sitting on a rooftop in Musutafu watching the same stars. "Don't be a stranger," Aizawa said. "I live in the shadows behind your shelter." "I know, the rice ball lady told me." Izuku looked at him. Something that might have been surprise flickered behind those burning eyes. "She talks about me? She calls you the stray cat." Izuku made a sound. It might have been a laugh. It was hard to tell with the demonic rasp. Aizawa left the rooftop. He took the fire escape down. His phone buzzed. A text from Yamada asking if he was coming home for dinner. He typed, "On my way." He walked home through the evening streets of a city that was healing, and he didn't look back at the rooftop, and he didn't need to. Izuku sat alone on the ledge. The city breathed below him. The stars burned above. The combined authority of heaven and hell hummed in his body like a second heartbeat, massive, patient, contained. He could feel everything, both planes, both sides, the entire scope of existence, from the highest point of creation to the deepest pit of damnation, all of it sitting inside him, all of it his. He thought about what the presence had called him, a dead boy with stolen power, borrowed time and burned promises. He looked at his hands, charred, veined with green and white, tipped with claws that could cut through dimensions. Hands that had caught mountains and broken gods and pulled souls from bodies. Hands that had held a rice ball an hour ago. He flexed them, closed them, opened them. A dead boy. Sure, he'd been dead. He'd been a lot of things. Quirkless, bullied, murdered, damned, resurrected, weaponized, haunted, rebuilt, consumed, consuming. He'd been all of those things, and none of them had stuck. He stood up on the ledge. The wind caught his cape, red and white, billowing behind him in the evening air, alive and content in the way that only a sentient garment bonded to the ruler of creation and damnation can be content. He looked west, toward the neighborhood where his mother lived. Yellow curtains and sunflowers and a mailbox painted in cheerful blue letters. She was there. His sight, Arachnus's 100 eyes, layered over his own enhanced perception, showed him the house without effort. The lights were on. She was in the kitchen. The kind-faced man was beside her. The baby, not a baby anymore, a toddler now, walking, talking, grabbing everything in reach, was sitting in a high chair, smearing rice across the tray with both hands and laughing. Izuku watched for 3 seconds. No more. He had promised himself, never linger, never risk being seen. She was safe. She was happy. The ache was there. It would always be there, the way a scar is always there, part of the landscape of his body and his being. He missed her. He would always miss her. The boy who had died reaching for his mother would spend eternity reaching. But eternity looked different now. He owned it, both sides of it. The reaching didn't have to be desperate anymore. It could be quiet. It could be a man passing a house every night and checking the windows and knowing that the woman inside was sleeping soundly and the locks were good and the neighborhood was safe because the thing in the shadows made sure of it. He turned away from the west. He faced the city. Below him, in the streets and the alleys and the spaces between the light, the world continued. Heroes patrolled. Villains plotted. Children slept. Old women drank coffee from thermoses and offered rice balls to strays. Thin men held sleeping girls and kept promises. Underground heroes sat in quiet kitchens and texted their husbands about dinner. The world continued, and it was fragile, and it was beautiful, and it was his to protect. His corner. His people. His responsibility, taken freely, owed to nobody, enforced by the combined might of everything that had ever tried to break him and failed. Someone, somewhere in the city, screamed, far to the south. A mugging, maybe. A fire, a car accident. Something small. Something human. Something that the heroes would probably handle, because that was their job, and they were good at it, and the system worked more often than it didn't. But Izuku heard it. He heard every sound in the city. He heard the scream and the sirens and the footsteps of the hero running toward the source. He heard the traffic and the music and the late-night television bleeding through apartment walls. He heard the heartbeat of a sleeping city. He dropped from the rooftop. The air rushed past him. The night swallowed him, the way darkness welcomes the thing that rules it. His cape spread. His chains rattled once and went silent. His eyes burned in the dark, green and white, and then dimmed as the suit pulled the shadows around him like a cloak. He moved through the city, low, fast. A presence that was everywhere and nowhere, felt by the people who needed to feel safe and invisible to the people who didn't need to know. The scream stopped. The hero handled it. The night went quiet. Izuku kept moving anyway. Through the streets, through the alleys, through the shadows that had been his home since the night he came back from hell with a mission and a deadline and a power that scared everything on both sides of the veil. The mission was done. The deadline was his. The power was everything. He passed his mother's street at 2:17 a.m., the same time he passed it every night. The lights were off. The curtains were drawn. The sunflowers were closed for the night, their faces tilted toward a sun that would be back in 4 hours. She was sleeping. She was safe. He kept walking. Somewhere behind him, on a rooftop he'd already left, the first light of a new day was starting to touch the eastern horizon. Faint. Barely there. A thin line of gray against the dark. Izuku didn't look back. He didn't need to. He knew what dawn looked like. He'd fought for enough of them. He walked through the sleeping city with his hands at his sides and his cape trailing behind him like a quiet promise, and the night held him the way it always had. Completely, willingly, with the understanding that the thing walking through it was both its master and its guardian, and that tomorrow and every tomorrow after, he would be here, in the dark, between the people and the things that wanted to hurt them. He stopped. The cliff above the ocean. The same cliff from every ending and every beginning. He didn't remember deciding to come here. His feet had brought him while his mind was elsewhere, thinking about yellow curtains and sleeping children and rice balls and the weight of two infinities resting comfortably inside a body that should not have been able to hold one. He sat down. The ocean stretched in front of him, black and vast, catching the first hint of pre-dawn light on its surface. The waves hit the rocks below in a rhythm that was older than everything he'd consumed and would outlast everything he'd become. He held both sides of his power, quietly. The hellfire banked to an ember in his left eye. The divine light softened to a candle glow in his right. Both steady. Both his. The chains lay still around him like sleeping serpents. The cape settled against the rock like a tired animal finally allowed to rest. He sat on the cliff above the ocean and watched the sunrise like a man who just needed 5 minutes to breathe. The sky lightened. Degree by degree, the black became gray. The gray became blue. The first edge of the sun cleared the horizon and sent a band of gold across the water that reached all the way to the rocks below him. He thought about his mother. About a kitchen with yellow curtains where the morning light came in and made everything warm. About sunflowers in a garden that leaned toward the thing they needed. About a baby, a toddler now, with green eyes who would grow up in a world that was safer than it had any right to be. And who would never know the wars that had been fought for it, and who would never need to. He breathed. The sun cleared the horizon. The gold light hit his face, the charred, necroplasmic, scarred face of a dead boy who had become something the universe had never seen before. The light was warm. The wind was salt. The ocean was doing what the ocean had always done, which was everything and nothing, endlessly, without asking permission. "You think this face frightens me?" he said to the sunrise, to the memory of every fight, to the accumulated ghosts of every demon lord and angel general and divine presence that had ever looked at him and seen something that shouldn't exist. "I've looked into the eyes of God and the devil. Neither one impressed me." He sat there a while longer. Then the sun was fully up. The morning was real. The day was starting. He stood. He pulled his cape around his shoulders. The chains coiled, ready. The eyes burned, steady, green and white, watching the city in the distance where the lights were going off and the people were waking up and the world was beginning another day of being the fragile, beautiful, infuriating thing that it had always been. He stepped off the cliff. The cape caught the wind. He flew low over the water, heading for the lights, heading for the city, heading for whatever came next. The last thought he had before the morning swallowed him was not about power, not about thrones, not about the war he'd won or the wars he'd end. It was about yellow curtains, and the thought was enough.
Huge salute to the legends fueling this journey. Your support is the engine behind everything we do. Whether you're on the front lines or reaching for the stars, you make this possible. Pro heroes, the elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. Dark Eye, DI, Fire 05, Govs LNS. Symbol of peace. The pillars of the community, the titans who keep our foundation solid and the hype at an all-time high. Kelvin Bowman, Mr. Panda, AZ Atros, Dweller of the Deepest Depths, Lone Wolf, Damian Leon, Jacob Rops, Jan L, Christian Mullins, Bully Maguire Shadow, Neo Star Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Suna Wind 631, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Akuma Noakami, Chris Talley, Remorsefuls, Blackvein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SK Eater, Akeno Himejima, Corey Tokars, Jan, Devin Black, Crow, Dasher Games, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alistar, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie 60, Ignatius, Albert. Hope of the universe. The ultimate guardians. Celestial tier supporters whose impact shines across the galaxy. Noroi Uzumaki Uchiha, Kishan, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Debs, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, Ixshoot X50, Greg Green, James, Quan Yin Thompson, Juan, Zeno KJ. And that is how Izuku Midoriya, the kid who had nothing, ended up sitting on the thrones of both heaven and hell. If this broke your brain the way it broke mine, drop a like, hit subscribe, because we have more of these coming, and they only get crazier from here. See you in the next one.